morning, ladies and gentlemen. We can see a lot of you still in the room trying to figure out your seating, but allow me an opportunity to invite you all to the front rows. And let's get the day 3 of PIWOT 2025 started with some enthusiastic energy and, of course, some great sessions on the other side. So just giving you a minute plus for all of you to kindly take your seats, and let's get the show beginning. Just by show of hands from the team who's sitting here, we've, of course, had 2 brilliant days so far of PIWOT 2025. How many of you learned something new? So just, it could be any new insight, a new technology, yeah? All right. How many of you met probably 10 new people? If yes, can we raise your hands? Great. How many of you did the exhibition tour? Right? The famous, all right, so I would say 95% of you have done almost everything out here, which has met a lot of people, of course, forged new connections, and learned something new. And I think at PIWOT 2025, before we begin the day 3, let's once give a mighty round of applause to the Pan IIT team for this. What a fabulous initiative it's been, and of course, we wish them all the very best with their upcoming editions. And of course, now, ladies and gentlemen, a very, very warm welcome to the day 3 of the 3rd edition of Pan IIT World of Technology, PIWOT 2025, India's premier technology summit. This prestigious event, driven by the ingenuity and excellence of the Pan IIT Alumni Network, is here to propel prosperity, foster societal progress, and showcase groundbreaking innovations. My name is Bhavna Bhatia, and it's indeed my honor and privilege to be your host for this great occasion. At PIWOT 2025, we're privileged that we've been able to host a distinguished gathering of national policymakers. As you would have seen, we had a lot of them yesterday, and of course, we look forward to today. And the global leaders who are going to be discussing and debating the profound impact of technology across industries. Through plenary talks, individual sessions, vibrant networking opportunities, we will explore how innovation is driving change and how we can leverage this for a better tomorrow. We'd also like to take a moment to extend our heartfelt thanks to our sponsors whose support and commitment have made this event possible for us. Presenting sponsor, Reliance Industries Limited. Platinum sponsors, Government of Maharashtra, LexLegis, SBI, and Dubai Economic and Tourism. Let's give them a bigger round of applause as we thank them for all their support they've provided. We'd also like to remind you, since it's a tech event, we also have the PIWOT app. Now that app is a dynamic event app designed to elevate your event journey. You can connect seamlessly with other attendees and foster those meaningful interactions through the PIWOT app. Also, you can access event sessions, stay updated on the latest agenda, and of course, participate in some engaging surveys which will help all of us. You can also explore the detailed profile of the speakers, sponsors, and fellow delegates on the PIWOT app. While you're outside, you can also watch the live events directly through the app for real-time engagement. So we'd encourage all of you that anytime during the event you want to know what is happening where, the PIWOT app also provides you the event's flow plan for hassle-free navigation. So PIWOT app is like your friend, go-to friend, whom you can ask anything regarding PIWOT 2025. Well, for that, now it is time for us for the opening plenary titled Making Technology Work, a Peep into the Future. Here's where we highlight on how, looking into future, technology promises to drastically reshape on how we live, work, and interact with the world. As we continue to innovate and overcome challenges, ensuring that these technologies work for the betterment of all is a task that requires collaboration, foresight, and ethical consideration. And for the first session, we have a special address by Professor Sharon Pickering, who was appointed Vice Chancellor and President of Monash University on January 29, 2024. An internationally renowned criminologist, she's somebody who's recognized for her expertise in border crossings, migration, and trafficking. Professor Pickering has published over 15+ books and over 80+ articles and chapters, leading influential research programs across Europe, Southeast Asia, and the Pacific. Her leadership at Monash includes acting as the acting provost, Deputy Vice Chancellor Education, and the Dean of Faculty of Arts, with the extensive contributions to the international campuses and strategic initiatives like Global Immersion Guarantee and the Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion portfolio. I think the lady of such stature deserves a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's invite on stage and the podium, Professor Sharon Pickering.
Well, a very good morning to you all, and my sincere thanks for such a warm introduction. I'd very much like to thank the conference organisers, my fellow speakers this morning, one and all, for being here at the Pan IIT, thank you, alumni in India. It is an absolute honour to be here, and it is wonderful to be back in India. I was last here just in August last year for our graduations of the IITB Monash Research Academy, and I'd like to pay particular respects this morning to my esteemed colleagues from IITB, with whom we have enjoyed such an incredible relationship since 2008. The IITB Monash Research Academy is absolutely central to Monash's international campus network. Many of the brilliant IITB Monash alum have gone on to establish many of the great technology startups that those wonderful young people downstairs right now are seeking to emulate. It is incredible to look back at some of the success of those alum from the Academy, whether it's Professor Vikram Vishal's Clean Energy Solutions Company, and of course being involved in India's first carbon capture and conversion plant, or Dr. A.R. Baramurali, co-founder of New Genomics, that's using data analytics to harness AI to provide personalised medicines. Whether it's Professor Prasoon Kumar's IOTA Diagnostics, using diagnostic tools for healthcare, or Dr. Subhadeep, whose San Francisco-based startup Convalesce is developing innovative stem cell therapies for neurodegenerative diseases like Parkinson's. And if there's one message that is really important to Monash at the moment, is to really understand the importance that personalised medicines can make to populations right across the Indo-Pacific and around the world. So in speaking to you about making technology work, the role of universities like my own, like IITB, like all of the IITs, are actually critical to the development, understanding and use of technology going forward. But we need to do this with both scale and of course with focus if we are going to impact our region. And I have made this case in many other places, but the Indo-Pacific region is the most important for this work going forward. And Monash regards itself as the University of the Indo-Pacific, one that is dedicated to building the research and the educational ecosystems that support technological and social change. And we do this as a university that has humbly learned so much from India's educational excellence. For we're a young university, and we were just remarking, we were founded the same year as IITB in 1958, and we have always been deeply international. Back then, 1 in 10 of our students came from across the Indo-Pacific. sometimes it's a little bit easier to give you a sense of what my university is about through a few pictures. Monash today has some 84,000 students that span across our campuses in Melbourne, almost 10,000 students in Malaysia, in Indonesia, and of course our research academies here and in China, and a centre in Italy. Our global alumni community and our alumni communities are what make us as universities, and seeing your alumni communities here today is incredibly impressive and reminds me so much of that. Monash has an alumni community approaching 500,000 around the world of some 150 countries. More than 10,000 of our alumni are from India, and right now 3,500 of your countrymen and women call my campus in Melbourne, Australia, home. So let me just show you something of what I'm talking about so I can contextualise my comments about the future of technology. Monash is a university not named after a place. It's named after a person, Sir John Monash. Sir John Monash was an engineer, he was an innovator, and he was a military general. He started from very humble beginnings, and he remains Australia's most admired soldier. And despite some British consternation to the contrary, he is regarded as the greatest strategist of World War I. When he returned from that war as a celebrated general, he became a nation builder. He was a scholar. He founded the State Electricity Commission, and he also went on to become University Chancellor. When he died in 1931, 1 in 3 Melburnians came out for his funeral. At that time, that crowd would have filled the glorious MCG some 5 times over. He is an inspiration to our university, for he brought with him not only great technological and strategic expertise, but a great ethic of service to the nation. And he and his legacy is what we are building our distinct student experience upon. For Sir John once said, "Equip yourself for life, not only for your own benefit, but for the benefit of the whole community." And that speaks directly to Monash's purpose and our joint purpose here today. Because Monash's foundational purpose was to realise the social and technological transformation to meet the challenges of the age, and to do so for our aspiring communities and industries around us. We hold true to that purpose today, as we did in 1958. But our international reach provides us with a unique ability, and here in the room with you today, and a unique opportunity to assemble possibilities and partnerships to help solve the world's biggest problems. It gives our excellent research the scale and the scope to make an impact in the most important region of the world, the Indo-Pacific. Today, my university that I know and love and have served for some 22 years is widely acknowledged among the top 40 in the world. In the 2025 QS World University Rankings, and of course this is obligatory for a Vice-Chancellor and President to regale you with these details, Monash is now ranked 37th in the world. In our QS subject rankings, we are ranked second for pharmacy and pharmacology. We thought it was important that Harvard got a chance. And 17th in mineral and mining engineering. We also enjoy subject rankings very high for business administration, education, and indeed in nursing. I know you have a focus here at these meetings on health and medicine. The scale and impact of Monash across the board is exemplified by our Faculty of Medicine, Nursing and Health Sciences. Monash University leads 1 in 4 of all clinical trials in Australia across a network of health and hospital partners comprising of more than 7,000 beds. Every 5 years, Monash leads out some 2,000 new clinical trials, bringing patients access to life-saving medicines and care and providing the critical evidence required to commercialise new pharmaceutical, diagnostic and medical device products going into global markets. These reach every day somewhere between 4 and 6 million Australians. We have more than 1,700 medical and health researchers, many embedded in hospitals in joint appointments. And this has been critical to the acceleration of our research and its ongoing commercialisation. They are part of an ecosystem of health, academia and industry comprising more than 3,000 general practitioners and clinicians. It means we have the opportunity to deliver health and medical research outcomes, education, technology and partnerships at a scale that is otherwise unimaginable. What we've also been able to do, and this is critical for the future of our work, has been to break down the barriers between research and treatment. Gold Star clinical trials are now the best medical treatment patients can receive. And when they are receiving that in Melbourne, they are receiving it overwhelmingly at the hands of Monash clinician researchers. But we must also think of our students. In our education, we are committed to providing our students with an excellent and transformational experience. And one of the things that we see, and I think what is happening on the floor below us right now, where I will say with the greatest love in my heart and with no intention to offer any insult to anyone, where the average age is significantly lower than this enjoyed in this room. Downstairs right now, we have the future generations in our hands. And what we are attempting to do at Monash with our student experience is not only ensure a great degree, whether it be in biomedicine or engineering, or be it in architecture or be it in law, but it is the experience that we put around that. And we believe that needs to be distinctive for a university that is founded to be deeply technological, deeply socially transformative and deeply international. So that means we are committed to every Monash student having the opportunity to live and work in at least 2 countries of the Indo-Pacific. And right now, every summer, we have some 2,000 Monash first years spanning out across Mumbai and Delhi, across Malaysia, Indonesia, China, all the way through the Pacific. What we then attempt to do is to ensure they have that opportunity to get this place under their skin and understand the ways that they need to build the networks and the collaborations to go forward, regardless of what degree or industry that they are going into. But we also want our students to be deeply industry networked. So that means we want them up close to industry, again, regardless of the degree, right throughout their course of study. What that means is every year some 32,000 Monash students are undertaking embedded work integrated learning experiences. But one of my greatest frustrations has always been how best do we get undergraduates up close to the big breakthrough research? Because even if they do not go on to be researchers and innovators themselves, they will work in industries and organisations that need a deep appreciation of R&D, of innovation and entrepreneurial spirit. I also want our students to know that their Monash, their university, like all of your IITs, have been home to some of the biggest breakthroughs, that we have been the home of IVF, that right now we are the home to the World Mosquito Program, which is eradicating dengue, Zika and other vector-borne viruses right across the world. I want them to have that sense of the importance of nations and of regions backing in that research and taking those risks forward. And so every Monash undergraduate now has the opportunity to get up close to that research and to those world-leading researchers. And finally, for a Monash student, so not only will they be deeply internationally connected, not only will they be up close to industry, not only will they have a deep appreciation of the importance of great research and of innovation, but as the University of St John Monash, we must ensure that they do all of that with a deep ethic of service. And so all Monash students will have that opportunity to undertake great volunteering work in and around each of our campuses. Monash, to give you some sense of what we are and what we look like on a day-to-day basis, we are the most industry-connected university in Australia, and among the research-intensive universities, Monash consistently ranks #1 in terms of industry research income, and of course we now rank #1 in terms of total income, rapidly approaching some $750 million annually. We've spun out some 31 companies in the past 5 years, and we will soon approach $1 billion from capital raised for these spin-outs and startups. Just this week, I was delighted to see Electrolith has raised some $17 million for its world-leading membrane technology. That will change the way that lithium is extracted. Our Clayton campus here, you can see in a slightly elongated map there, is the heart of this technology precinct. It is where we are building an ecosystem of research, scientific infrastructure, industry, healthcare, innovation and talent. This is where Moderna has just opened their first manufacturing facility on our campus in the Southern Hemisphere. It is where the only heart hospital in the Southern Hemisphere is located on our campus. It is where the National Synchrotron is located, and where a number of other related industries have built up. It is also where I had the great pleasure, it's where I had the great pleasure, this gives you a sense of the scale of the precinct here. It is where last October I welcomed your Minister, the Honourable Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, to campus along with Australia's Education Minister to open the Monash Innovation Labs. It's where he took that membrane that had been developed in relation to lithium extraction technology, and I had to remind him not to pop it in his pocket as he left that lab. But it was there that we were able to launch Monash's New India plan, because we believe our relationship with India is absolutely critical to the future collaborations that we can take forward in relation to not only our technology research but also the education for our students, establishing new collaborations and building even stronger links. Monash's work in India has been very much based around the IITB Academy, but has increasingly reached beyond that as well. Recently, and I was delighted that we were able to establish the Australia-India Critical Minerals Research Hub in partnership with IIT Hyderabad and the International Centre for Excellence in Mining Safety and Automation to foster the collaborative research in critical minerals that both of our countries desperately need. I'm delighted in partnership with Tata Steel, we've worked to develop a smart manufacturing and decarbonisation resources hub as part of the Centre for Innovation on Environment and Intelligent Manufacturing, really leveraging Monash's expertise around materials science and advanced manufacturing. And we're working with Apollo Hospitals to advance research into training in AI to identify and diagnose a whole host of diseases, from cancer and heart disease all the way through to diabetes. The depth of technology research is critical for us building the foundation of an ecosystem that can take us forward into the coming decades. Monash is leading a DNA screening pilot study now that has taken in initially some 10,000 people and seeks to expand. It is Monash's technology that sits in a magnetic levitation device that runs the artificial heart that we do expect will go forward, not only being commercialised but being utilised so much around the world. The development of new apps such as the Brain Eye that provides easy and accessible ways for people to monitor their brain health by assessing their eye movement, and some incredible work in biomedicine, and here I'm thinking of the work of people like Professor Chris Greening, Australia's National Scientist of the Year, who has been able to provide, has been able to identify an enzyme that turns air into electricity, providing a new clean source of energy called HUC. It basically acts as a natural battery using the low amounts of hydrogen in the atmosphere. Our shared world is being revolutionised by AI and so many of these technological developments. From health to manufacturing, from education to the way we work. And most importantly, the next great discoveries and innovations are being powered by AI. The challenge and the opportunity for all of us is not just for our universities, it is, of course, for humanity. At Monash, we have chosen to approach this as AI empowering our researchers, empowering our educators, our students, and indeed our organisation. We are deeply committed to a human-centric approach, one that is ethical and responsible, but one that innovates and takes good risks. This means we are really hard at work building the physical, human and regulatory infrastructure necessary for today and tomorrow. Access to high-end computing, along with critical masses of early adopters and effective policy and practice frameworks, is what will allow us to have a competitive advantage in research, in education, and in how our universities actually run. In research, we see and are part of AI having a far-reaching impact on the future of healthcare. Now, health and medical research represents one of the major drivers of innovation in AI. And we really do recognise that while in the last year there was around about $15 billion of investment in AI in healthcare in the US market, we also see that the projections by 2030 have that topping well in excess of $170 billion. Those major discoveries are going to more effectively treat disease, extend lifespans and improve the human condition. And this has been very much the focus of the work Monash has been seeking to do. AI-driven analysis of patient health data, the application of AI to the outcome of clinical trials of new and existing drugs and drug combinations, the application of AI to actual drug discovery, using AI to understand how antibiotic resistance develops, but also with applications in neuroscience, neurobiology, mental health, but also in genomic medicine and identifying the genetic drivers of disease. And of course, large-scale public and population health, including work relating to ageing, sexual health, diabetes, metabolic diseases, and of course, importantly, childhood development. We see the application of this, including in large-scale government health, accident data sets and data sets related to the social determinants of health, housing, justice, employment, environment, air quality, energy, water supply, the list goes on. But when we turn to education and AI, we see and are part of transforming the education occurring in universities to take full advantage of AI's immense power. Entire populations will need the skills, the training, and most importantly, the disposition to drive AI. Within our own educational approach, we're using AI-generated personas that simulate real-life interactions between teachers, students and parents. We have an incredible platform called My Dispense, which trains pharmacy students in dispensing practices. This has now been adapted and adopted by over a dozen countries around the world. In recent research in which Monash was part of, it was found that some 83% of students responded that they were using AI. Just over 40% reported they use it at least weekly. But while they're saying they use it, more than half of them report that they do not trust it, and over 91% are worried about breaking university rules in using it. At Monash, we are not only teaching AI as a standalone course, but embedding it in subjects across all of our degrees to provide practical learning opportunities. We are transforming our assessment not only to ensure the highest levels of integrity, but the greatest capabilities in our graduates. Our students, our collective students, are the front line in advancing humanity through great technological change. And developing the capabilities of our graduates and empowering them is what reassures me about our future. And we do so responsibly, being clear-eyed about the rapid realisation of dystopian futures. The World Economic Forum, meeting in a much chillier Davos this week, recently released their World Risk Report, and yet again mis and disinformation features as one of the leading global risks. So Monash is also practising what we preach across both research and education by looking at opportunities to integrate AI in how we work as an organisation. From making sense of 250,000 qualitative student teaching evaluations each year, to revolutionising our purchasing power, and to developing a platform that is able to identify shared and complementary expertise at universities around the world, we get to transform the way our university operates using AI. As universities, we will necessarily consider what AI makes obsolete. But if we think of AI as just replicating or replacing existing functions, and of only increasing productivity, we will miss developing both the appetite and the aspiration of making what was previously considered impossible, probable. Our opportunity here, as a coalition of universities where technological transformation is in our lifeblood, is to do all this in a way that is deeply interconnected, where our universities work together as an ecosystem, leveraging the infrastructure and developing the human capital needed. The IIT system is a global model of collaboration between institutions across boundaries, including across international boundaries. When I leave here later today, I have the great privilege of spending time with around 200 Monash University first years who travelled here to Mumbai on Friday for the very first time. They will be overwhelmed. Those students will be overwhelmed with the sights and sounds of this great city. They will be wide-eyed at the possibility, just like the thousands of first-year Monash students I have brought here since 2018. And I will be forever indebted to this country for the welcome they have given Monash and they have given my students. And what you have done to those students in capturing their imagination, forming friendships and relationships that will last them a lifetime, has been one of the greatest privileges of my career. And I promise you, when you send me your students, they receive just as warm an embrace in Melbourne as you have offered my students here. Those students come from engineering and biomedicine and science, and they come from architecture and law and the humanities. And they come together in these groups of 40, even though I've got around about 2,000 students out across the region right now. And I'm indebted to our partnership with IITB that welcomes them on to their campus, along with TIS as well. And they find common cause. They find common cause in better understanding the challenges our world faces. We build their capacity to be the problem solvers we need them to be. Like many of you, I have committed my life, my professional life, to enabling them. As citizens, as innovators, as entrepreneurs and leaders who can think and evaluate critically based on foundational knowledge, who are open to exploring and of experimenting with new technology, who are self-aware and appreciative of human frailty, and are grounded by the values of civic and ethical service. And when I walked through downstairs earlier today, and you could feel the energy and commitment of all of those young people gathering on this floor below us today, I feel that sense so strongly. Because all of us here today, and I say this with again, the greatest love in my heart, we are probably already a generation behind. So our legacy needs to be the investment, the wisdom, the support and the inspiration that we offer exceptional young people that come to us, who come to be committed to humanity, to people and planet, and to realise the aspiration that my university and all of yours have always been and will always be committed to. The social and technological transformations to meet the challenges of our age. This is our enduring mission, whatever the future may bring. Thank you so much for having me today.
Ladies and gentlemen, a bigger round of applause for Professor Sharon Pickering. Thank you so much for joining us. And allow me an opportunity to now invite Sharat Saraf, convener of PIWOT 2025, to help us with the token of appreciation to none other than Professor Sharon Pickering. Of course, let's give our gentleman and our leader leading it from the front a bigger round of applause. Always fantastic to have Mr. Saraf joining us bright and early in the morning. His energy, of course, is a testament of how magnanimous PIWOT 2025 has turned out, thanks to the efforts of Pan IIT. And we have in frame Mr. Sharat Saraf and Professor Sharon Pickering. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give both of them a big, big round of applause. What a fantastic start it has turned out to be for day 3 of PIWOT 2025. So ladies and gentlemen, what a fantastic start it's been for the day 3 of PIWOT 2025. We're now going to be heading towards a very exciting chat between two of our leaders. First up, we're going to be having Alexei Ekimov, who's a Nobel laureate 2023 chemistry, in conversation with Dr. Ramesh Bhargava, who's the chairman and chief scientist, Nanocrystal Magnets, Inc. Allow me an opportunity to introduce both our speakers. Alexei is a Russian-American chemist who was awarded the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2023. He received the prestigious honor of the groundbreaking work in the development of quantum dots, which is nanoscale semiconductor particles that exhibit unique optical and electronic properties due to quantum mechanics. These discoveries have had a profound implication across various fields, including electronics, medicine, and display technology, amongst few. On the other side, we have Ramesh Bhargava, who is the chairman and chief scientist at Nanocrystals Magnetic, Inc., which is a company known for its work in the world of nanotechnology, particularly in developing and producing advanced magnetic nanocrystals and materials. These nanocrystals have had implications and applications in various of the industries, including electronics, medicine, and energy. Under Mr. Bhargava's leadership, the company has made strides in advancing the use of nanotechnologies in emerging technologies such as magnetic resonance imaging, which is the MRI, data storage, and energy-efficient devices. Now it is time for me to cue in the console for playing the video on the screen and enlightening us with this wonderful chat on the other side. Over to the team.
Alex. Welcome to PIWOT 2025. I think everyone here will be interested in your journey leading to the Nobel Prize for the discovery of quantum dots.
Thank you, Ramesh, and also I would like to thank the organizers, especially Ratan Agrawal of Wheels, for the opportunity to address this meeting. Unfortunately, my health prevented me from attending this conference in person. Just a few words about myself. I graduated from school with a gold medal and continued my education in the physical faculty of St. Petersburg University. My scientific career started in the laboratory of Evgeny Fedorovich Gross at the JIO Physical Institute of the Academy of Sciences of the USSR. My research specialty was in the field of optical spectroscopy of semiconductors. Our work was motivated by the studies of optical pumping in gases of Arthur Kastler, who was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1966. In contrast to his research, we focused on the phenomena in semiconductors. For our work in optical pumping and spin polarized electrons in semiconductors, we were awarded by prestigious state prize of Academy of Science of the USSR. The next area of our research was concentrated and about quantum confinement of electronic excitations in semiconductors. The flurry of Nobel Prizes in the field of optics in semiconductors attracted us to study confinement in small nanocrystal particles of semiconductors grown in the matters of glass, which were later termed quantum dots. This work was begun at JIO Institute and then continued at Vavilov State Optical Institute. The theory of phase decomposition of oversaturated solid solution helped us to develop technology to control size of the nanoparticles, starting from a few nanometers. This makes it possible for us to investigate quantum confinement in semiconductor nanocrystals. Our initial publication described these results, sparked an explosion in interest all over the world. This afforded me the opportunity to work in various institutions around the world, like École Normale Polytechnique, Claude Bernard University, Lyon, France, Max Planck Institute, Germany, Sendai University and Osaka University, Japan. In 1999, I moved to the United States in the Laboratory of Nanocrystal Technology, headed by Ramesh Bhargava. Fundamental investigation for quantum confinement to electronic excitation in zero-dimensional quantum dots paved the way for commercial application of these nanomaterials in high-definition television and the medical research using as biomarkers. Myself, along with Professor Bruce of Columbia University and Professor Mudge Bavendi of MIT, were recipients of the 2023 Nobel Prize in Chemistry for the discovery and synthesis of quantum dots. My colleague from nanocrystal magnetics, Dr. Ramesh Bhargava, will briefly present new findings and further development of these studies of these materials in the area of magnetism.
Well, with that, thank you so much, Alexei and Ramesh Bhargava. On that note, ladies and gentlemen, I'd also like to invite Mr. Ramesh Bhargava, who's amongst us right now, for his individual talk as well. His expertise is going to add a lot of value to PIWOT 2025. So with a mighty round of applause, let's call upon the Chairman and Chief Scientist, Nanocrystal Magnets, Inc., Mr. Ramesh Bhargava on the stage.
So let's begin where Alex Akimov's work won the Nobel Prize. That was the quantum dot, and it showed optical properties and certain applications. What we have done is extended that breakthrough discovery of quantum dots to the next level, where I'll just want to say it outright, that it may become the second electronic revolution of our times. This is for permanent magnets and all magnetic devices. Magnetic devices means anything moves will be using these type of magnets. Next slide. So Alexei Akimov discovered the quantum dots. The applications were Q.TV and biomarkers, and they won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2023. What we have done at nanocrystals magnetics is develop the doping of it. The doping concept is already known in semiconductors since the invention of transistor, because when you dope the transistor material like silicon, you can make p-n junction and transistor. But we use the doping concept, the discovery, to develop the spin control in nanoparticles. And the applications are strong permanent magnets used for electric vehicles, electromagnets, transformers, cell phones, drones, and the list goes on. The concept is very simple, but it only works in nanoparticles less than 15 nanometers. For the audience, a nanometer can be compared, if you look at it, DNA diameter is 3.2 nanometers. We are working with particles which are 15 nanometers, 5 times bigger than the DNA diameter. If you take a nanoparticle and put an additional atom, which is shown as a sphere, if you decrease the size, that the sphere becomes oblong, and this change in the dimension of this atom, which is like a sponge, according to quantum mechanics, begins to polarize not only the spin, but also the optical properties. So everything depends on this quantum confinement, which Alexei also talked about. So this is the earlier result, where we were able to put an atom inside a nanoparticle, and not only we saw it's a very complex experiment, but the results were astounding, because you can see the light coming from a single atom, which is asymmetry. It's not. It should be light going all direction, but we saw light is coming like a polarized light, similar to a laser. This gave us the impetus that this light is polarized, and the magnetic field along with it must be polarized. So we started doing doping experiments on these small particles and realized not only we get the light polarized, but the spin of the system is polarized. And this is the beginning of so-called nanomagnetic systems. So let's just, for very simple reasons, compare the properties of electron used for semiconductor technology and what I'm predicting to be used for magnetic systems. Electron has only two properties, charge and spin. When you control the charge and its flow, that leads to p-n junction and generates the so-called integrated circuits, and this is today is our life. Everything is using integrated circuits. If you take the second property, which is the which is our discovery, is the spin. You can control the spin in 15 nanometer size particle by same technique at doping, and you can control the spin, and you can make them ferromagnetic, which is really a magnet, or you can make nanowires, which are like a arrow of magnetic material, and these generate very large magnetic fields. And this integration of circuits, IC circuits we know today, is the revolutionary first electronic revolution. But if we integrate these nanowires and the nanomaterial, it is, I'll show you, can become the second electronic revolution. Now this is very complex data, but we have to show that we have 20 nanometer size particles, and they align themselves with like an arrow, and then can lead to the smallest magnet in the world. On the slide on the left is taken by so-called technique called atomic force microscope, where you can, with the tip of this, you can measure the size of the particles, and here they are 20 nanometers, and when they align themselves, you can make a 10 micron nanowires, which are, it's like you can take 500 of them and they make a very, very straightforward arrow. But when you combine these nanowires, on the right side, you see we can demonstrate that is a magnet, and this is probably the smallest magnet we ever made. So this is the type of technique or the process of making it. We have been successful in demonstrating the magnetic property. Let's compare. There's a very fundamental problem today. Is the supply chain of rare earth materials coming from China. Rare earth magnets, permanent magnets, are bread and butter for all electric vehicles and many other devices. China, due to its toxicity process, they control 92 to 95% of these materials. Everyone is looking to replace these rare earth magnets, and we have found a way to replace that. And let me compare the property. The rare earth magnets in China are basically made from neodymium iron boron system, which is called rare earth system. And the size of the particles they use is about micron, which is 1,000 nanometer. And we use about 20 nanometer size particle. So that's the size. The key thing is the fabrication temperature. They have to be fabricated at 1,000 degrees C or above, and in a very toxic condition, whereas we can do it below 100 degrees C, which is the boiling point of water. So it can be done in any controlled lab. The maximum operating temperature for these rare earth magnets is only 200 degrees. So if you have an electric vehicle and you live in Rajasthan, probably it may not work as well as in colder temperature. Our material can work up to 400 degrees C, and that it can be worked anywhere, and particularly for aerospace industry, this is very, very important. The process developed by Chinese is so toxic that 1 ton of rare earth material, they produce 2,000 tons of toxic waste, including radioactive material. So it's very difficult to dispose that toxic waste. There's an energy, the magnetic, or the magnets are compared with a scale they call energy product. The maximum value the rare earth can produce is 60, and For our material, the maximum is theoretically calculated to be 120, means 2x better than the Chinese rare earth permanent magnets. Now let's look at some of the novel applications which we can do from nanocomposites or these hard and soft nanoparticles which we are making. For electrical vehicles, we can have strong permanent magnets for all EVs, even better than what today we get it from China. But these permanent magnets would have a very large applications in defense industry, particularly if you're looking at drones, fighter planes, or anything which has a control with the magnetic interaction or motors, you have to use it. Now, renewable energy, people are using these magnets for wind turbines. But if you look at wind turbines, because they use rare earth magnets and in moisture and high temperature, they degrade. So a lot of wind turbines have a reliability issue. Here, because our material is already oxide, they're very, very reliable, and also they work at high temperature, so they would be much better for generation of electricity. Now in healthcare, I'll show you that we can make these nanoparticles and make an electromagnet far superior, which will allow us to make an MRI system which is portable. MRI system is very unique because it does not affect it's sort of a radiation which does not affect the body. So people can do MRI, but also it is very good for cancer detection and other impairments. So an electric equipment like lightweight, smaller transformers, and efficient transmission, this is very important for today if you have to have electric transmission systems in villages. This needs to be used. And the last thing is air conditioning, which we have the patent filing, but this is the solid state magnetic cooling for air conditioning and refrigeration. This was also mentioned by Ashok Jhunjhunwala yesterday. So just is a slide from Los Alamos and Naval Research Lab. If you look at just a transformer for high frequency, you can make 150 times as lighter and significantly smaller transformers, and transformers are the basis for all this power stations and transmission. So let's look at this application of magnet-based portable MRI. There's a company in New York which makes a stand-up MRI but does not use liquid helium temperatures for MRI detection. They use electromagnet, but it's huge system. What I'm saying that we are trying to work with them is if they use our powder, they can reduce the size 5 times and continue and make it almost portable, and that will change the whole MRI system of healthcare. It will be much cheaper, but eventually you can have MRI on wheels, which can detect cancer in any village. Those people don't have to find the MRI centers. So in summary, what we have achieved is a 15 nanometer size particle. Now, why 15 nanometers? It's somewhat a magic number because that's where the magnetic strengths, magnetic spins interact very well. So we are making permanent magnets from them, and beside Alex receiving 2023 Nobel Prize, we also received a key patent, US patent, on this non-rare earth permanent magnet system. And that competes directly with the Chinese permanent magnets. The composite powder we have made has advantage in creating enhanced performance in electromagnets, transformers, and particularly in magnetic cooling. Now, all these things, some of them, the products are already there, we are improving, but some of the next generation systems will be developed and can be developed in India. And when I say can be developed, it requires both scientific breakthroughs, but also manufacturing skills, and this is, in some sense, far superior to get into today, because in 5 years, India can lead this global industry, which could become as big as the integrated circuits technology. So if anyone wants to contact me, here's the information, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramesh Bhargava, for joining us. Of course, we'd like to further invite on stage the co-chair of PIWOT 2023 and chairman Avalon Consulting. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for Raj Nair. Apologies, co-chair PIWOT 2025, technical mistake. And of course, when we have such legendary figures, we've got Dr. Ramesh Bhargava, who's given such a fantastic address. His work has been exemplary in the field of nanotechnology. At PIWOT 2025, on behalf of Pan IIT, we'd like to humbly thank him. And we have on stage Mr. Raj Nair helping us with a felicitation. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. So well, on that note, it is time for us to now segue to our next discussion and our next talk. We have with us Hiroshi Iwatsubu, the CTO of Murata Manufacturing Company. Mr. Iwatsubu is a seasoned leader with over 3 decades of experience at the Murata Manufacturing Company Limited, Japan, where he currently serves as a board member, executive deputy president, and CTO. Since 2018, he's also led the company's medical product division. He's somebody who's a graduate of the technology department at Kyoto University, and he's held numerous leadership roles, including overseeing the technology and administration department, amongst the few. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a warm round of applause as we welcome him on the stage.
Thank you for your introduction. Good morning, everybody. Again, thank you for your introduction and the invitation to the PIWOT 2025. It's really great honor to be here. That we can share that Murata and our concept, our business domain, and then our innovative activities in India. Actually, I don't like to challenge you, asking you that do you know Murata or not. Most of your people, you say no, because we are not Sony, we are not Toshiba, we are not Panasonic, and Murata is very sorry to say that minor name. But whenever you have that any electric product, you see our product inside of that equipment. To be honest, or frankly speaking, actually, Murata inside, we phrased it in Japanese before Intel. Intel later took that, Intel inside in English. It was very pity for me. Why didn't we use that, this phrase in English before that? Okay, let me just, taking this opportunity to share what we are doing. Okay, we are 80 years in Kyoto, and actually 2024, we celebrated this anniversary. But as you may know, Kyoto is 2,000 years capital in Japan, 2,000 years. So if we talk about that, we are celebrated 80 years, many people say, oh, you are still baby, infant. In Kyoto, we have to say we are 108 years age over. Then they say, oh, you are getting mature. 80 years is really nothing for them, okay? So here is that Kyoto and our founder, and we are also getting that, from that, original our business area, ceramics, to the, semiconductor area now. So seeing that, technology is our drive, force, and our scientific approach is our company's policy. So here you can see, my presentation that from that, doctor, that the nanotech is also that, Murata, we are approaching to the, from that material. Actually, we have that real vertical integration company. Fake vertical integration company is already gone. And then we are still surviving, from that the material and the product. So here is the history starting from the very conventional old-fashioned type of electric component. And then, as you can see, that we have the variety of product. And then, this slide shows that, recent our M&A. Actually, this is just recent, like 10 years, something like that. And then left upper corner, you can see this is a Finland-based company and the MEMS. And then IPEDIA is a French company. They are doing that, silicon capacitors. Actually, we have that in a lot of the recent acquisition in the semiconductor area. So, the guy asked me what Murata is doing. So I can share that, just at a glance. This is what we are doing. We are producing that, so-called multi-layer ceramic capacitors, starting from that, tiny, almost invisible size, like, 0.2, 0.1, it's invisible. But still, this works as the capacitors. So you can see conventional Murata or Murata variety of product for electric the circuit and then function. And then the lower corner, you can see a little bit different from the Murata conventional. We say our base product, we say this is a first layer. And then second layer is more or less application specific. like sensors. So we have a lot of variety of sensors sensing out the bio signal, and also we can sensing that airs and so on. But in addition to that, conventional product and the application-specific product, we are developing that, what we can solve your issue, what we can solve that social the problems. So this is one of our proposal to you guys, lower corners. So this is we call inside that third layer Murata new challenge. By chance today we had that good opportunity to display Murata India's activities. So later I will show you a little bit more. But today's Murata is not only that electric tiny component, but also we are providing you the solution. Just sharing that some amazing information. Left upper corner is Murata major product, the multi-layer ceramic capacitors. One day, 50 billion pieces MLCC produced. 50 billion pieces, not per month, per day. Can you believe that? 50 billion, and then 100% inspection. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I never seen that. And then I'm asking that, our Guinness prizes as a record. But they say, sorry, Murata, we cannot prove that. Wow. They say, it cannot be proven. It's in fact, because we don't like to show that all our factories inside. But for sure, 50 billion pieces per month, per day, per day. So this is why I said, whenever you have that, your electric equipment, like a smartphone or automotive vehicle or your handset, for sure, one piece at least, you can see Murata product. And then more than 1,000 pieces Murata product besides you. So here, just sharing that information, how much worldwide share we have. Left upper corner, what I mentioned, 50 billion pieces per day. This makes that almost 40% global share. Okay, and then we have that EMS suppression product, and also some high frequency product for basically for smartphones kind of stuff. And then here you can see that some big wave of industry. Firstly, we can see that like a handycam or camera, and then later came that digital still camera DSC, and then cellular phone, and then almost year 2000 and later that we can see that smartphone big wave, and then we call that IoT is coming, and then recently that people say that AI. So according to this, how to say, the change of that society and the big wave that electric industries wave, Murata also took that good opportunity to grow. And then actually we have that set of that the 4 domain, business domain, Murata, and the communication area we are already well known. And then mobility, not only that the conventional vehicle, but of course today's EV, and the drone, and the other mobile the equipment. And then environment and the wellness. Actually, right hand in 2 area is really our challenges. So since we are listed company, we cannot easily say, just ignore it. We have to pay attention to this kind of environmental issue, and then SDGs, okay? So you can see that, we are also challenging, so spending that a lot of, our resource to catch up this worldwide tendency of that the ESGs and SDGs. Okay, and then Murata. Why that Murata can be the leader in this small minor component and then device areas? Because monozukuri is a kind of the Japanese English, like a judo or tea ceremony, sado, yeah. Have you ever seen how that monozukuri, right? It's a manufacturing and then spirit. So actually, we are still naming that our companies, not only Murata Manufacturing Co. Limited. So we don't like to forget and then give up to compete against our competitors in that area of the production and the process development for the manufacturing. This is why that we enhance that the monozukuri capital is Murata one of that strengths. And then of course we should not forget that any technology, any management system, or even AI, but if we don't pay attention to that your employees, human resource, then company cannot be well grown. This is a very important point. HR is also the key, even for that technology area. And then, of course, that partnership and then financial capital is that our also strengths. So here you can see how much capital capex of that Murata left hand. And then R&D expense, very sorry, this slide is a typo. Usually, I use R&D investment instead of expense. So very sorry, I'm not English, the mother tongue, but the expense sounds like that, just consuming. But the expense is okay for that, financial the statement, but I don't like to say, I lovely say that, R&D investment, okay? So you can see that the $500 million US line, and then we are steadily, investing around, say, 6 to 7% of that Murata sales revenues. So it depends on that industry. Semiconductor people invest around 20–30% of that sales amount, but some industry says that 5% something. So actually Murata is at a higher score than that the average, I would say. So global network, we have that R&D some base point. Of course, at Kyoto and then Japan, but also beside that the Japanese network that we have also the Finland, we have that the French guys, and we have the US point and so on. And then focusing that branches in India, we can say that the Hyderabad, we have that very innovative business development team, and here, managing director is Karan Malhotra, and he was at the Murata employee, and he spent more than 35 years in Murata. He can speak Japanese, he can write Japanese. So he is at the great bridge between India and Japan. So we have also that sales office, of course. And then for future, we are looking for that, some opportunity. What type of product can be produced in India? So far, that we have that some technology center in Chennai for that semiconductor design center. Okay. So we are trying how to approach that this great and much bigger scale country, India. That is today's Murata's position. So opportunity India. So you can see that what I said. We are not only that component and then the device companies. We are also looking for that business solution business. So local challenge is important. This is why that in Hyderabad and then also in here Mumbai, IIT Bombay. We have that lab, power electric lab in IIT Bombay. So some challenges already started in India. Okay. Business model, product design for India. So in the past, I called it region unique solution. Because once we develop some product, it is not so difficult to bring in the outside of Japan in the past. But it's not good enough these days. This is why we would like to pay more attention for that region unique solution, region unique business. This is why that we are looking for that business opportunity for the advanced healthcare screening, smart factory, and advanced energy and so on. Please don't miss. This is the final day, I would say that 71, 72 is the Murata booth. You can see that Murata, 3 Hyderabad and Mumbai and our Indian team developed that such healthcare, energy, and then some energy visualizations. You can ask them, and then it is very amazing solution for India. Okay. Finally, we want to connect it to global business. But actually, that our Indian, business people, business creation people, they are, trying to get Indian needs and then make it visible, make it real business and monetize. Okay, and then they are trying that. Again, 71, 72. Okay. So this is one of that solution of that energy. In Japan, that the right hand, you can see that the Murata logo and the container. Here is that the inside of the Murata battery lithium-ion battery cell. And then we install that in the solar panel. Actually, solar panel we buy from the outside. And then battery inside, I don't care that the Murata battery or other battery, LG or Samsung, whatever. So Murata developed that very good algorithm to save that energy, peak cut, and then prediction of that your energy consumption. This kind of that the algorithm is very intelligent. So smart agriculture, and then you can see that soil sensor. So this is also very convenient and really scientific approach for that. So medical wellness scene. As I mentioned, breast cancer screening trial, it is not still completed, but we are doing that in the camp in India, so many places. So you can see that some the demonstration over there. Actually, you cannot measure it, but you can see what the device and what's the principle. So smart factory. We see that in the helmet, we have that sensor. So we predict, this operator have that some trouble in several minutes. Then send a caution to the center, stop your operation, something like that. So here is the new opportunity in India. So I don't say that, we can do what right now, but we have that, lot of business opportunity in India. And then we have that, very good, contact. And then, we have that, good partners and so on right now. And then, again, thank you for that, this IIT alumni. Actually, this is a very good opportunity for that. Okay? And then here, almost in the last stage, that Murata is going to contribute also to the semiconductor area. We are not the warehouse manufacturer. We are not TSMC. But Murata has that, the knowledge of that, and also that we have that good, packaging technology. It is not a component. It is not a device. But we also developed this kind of packaging technology by ourselves, together with the partners. So you can see any silicon die, single die, cannot function as it is. They need support from the package or embedded devices. Okay? And then one of that good example is, we put the Kumihimo Tech Camp. So Murata is going to provide the sensors and the other component functional devices, and then we are collecting that ideation from that startups and academia, and then we work together. So normal pitch event, normal hackathon is already supported by other people, but the Murata's unique point is we can provide you Murata unique product for you. So why don't you make that business by yourself? Then you don't need to pay 10 years to develop that hardware, because the hardware quality insurance is so tough. So Murata will take care for that. Okay, so time is almost up, and then here is that some good opportunity to meet that startup people. And we have that good idea. They have also the very unique ideas from a student, from real startups. Okay, we did in Bulgaria already, and I am looking for that also good opportunity next time that in India. Okay. Okay, thank you very much, guys. Thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Iwatsubu a bigger round of applause. What a fantastic talk this has turned out to be. And of course, if we could request Sharat Saraf, the convener of PIWOT 2025, to please join us and help us with the felicitation of Mr. Iwatsubu. Mr. Sharat Saraf, we request your presence on stage. So day 3 brings a lot of energy and a lot of knowledge. Let's continue with that applause for all our leadership joining us. Of course, Mr. Iwatsubu joining us from Japan, sharing his anecdotes of wisdom on this forum. And just a small token of appreciation from the team side of Pan IIT at PIWOT 2025. So now in the opening plenary next, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to call upon the co-chair PIWOT 2025 and chairman Avalon Consulting, Mr. Raj Nair. Of course, a lot of you know about him, but just allow me an opportunity to reintroduce Mr. Nair. The conference co-chair and of course the chairman of Avalon Consulting, which is a prominent management consulting firm that specializes in strategic advice solutions for businesses, particularly in the areas of technology, operations, and business transformation. As the chairman of Avalon Consulting, Mr. Nair plays a pivotal role in shaping the firm's strategic direction and helping clients across various industries achieve business transformation and operational excellence. With that, let's welcome him with a bigger round round of applause as he joins us for the opening plenary.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to the Gateway into the Future. What I'm going to do is, in the first part, I will talk about just 6 things that you ought to know about AI. I'm not going to do anything technical, although the last 2 years I've spent all my time in the technical aspects of AI, but it's not going to be imposed upon you. It's 6 things among the various things you ought to know about AI. And the second part will be about the 4 things you need to do to be able to win in the age of AI. What I'd like you to appreciate is that we're almost there. We're being pushed by various currents of various kinds of technologies into the future through the gateway. At the same time, the gateway, on the other side of the gateway, future is pulling us at a very fast pace. So we are moving at a great pace into the future, and the future world we are going to have is one where you cohabit with intelligent machines, humanoids or intelligent robots, software, AI, which can think, reason, and act. It can become more intelligent than us one day. And that day is called the singularity moment. It's not a day when suddenly there'll be a white flash in the sky and we suddenly see something new happening. It's going to happen over a period of 3 or 4 years. But when is that going to happen? Back in the year 2000, many people believed that this will be about 100 years away. By 2010, it was recognized that this is probably going to be somewhere around 2050, 2075. As of 23, people believe that it could be 2035, and I'm here standing before you to suggest that it's probably going to be much earlier, probably 5 years away, maybe 7 years away, but you've already started smelling the AI transformation happening. And that's what's important for you. So the singularity moment is pretty close by. We're going to live in another world, and we'll have teams where you'll have humanoids or robots as well as your human team members, and you have to figure out how to work together as a team. Now, one important thing that you need to understand is that what we think is cutting edge today, and a lot of people have talked about cutting edge things over the past 2 days, is going to be tomorrow's wasteland, so don't doze off. I'll give you an example. For instance, it comes from all directions. The gentleman in the middle is Demis Hassabis, who won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry a few months ago in 2024. He was an avid board games player. At the age of 13 rather, he became the national chess champion of England. He kept on developing new games and doing coding, and this coding took him all the way to his PhD in neuroscience, cognitive neuroscience, which is AI. And in a few years later, he set up a company called DeepMind, which was later sold to Google. Now, DeepMind created an AI which beats the world champion in chess, the world champion in Go, and Go is far more complex than chess, by the way. In 2019, they created an AI which could play any game, any board game, without knowing the rules or knowing even the name of the game. But in between, in 2017, they took part in a grand challenge. The grand challenge was to uncover the mystery of the structure of proteins. They won the first prize in the world when they correctly described the structure of 25 of the 43 proteins in the test. 5 years later, just 5 years later, they not only got 100% right, but they discovered the structure, a 3-dimensional structure of 200 million proteins, all the proteins known to humankind. So he was awarded the Nobel Prize for Chemistry in 2024. We heard a little while ago the 23 Nobel Prize winner. Now, the important thing is that board games and coding to biology, it opened the it was like a key to open unlocked the opportunity to discover new drugs for solving problems of various diseases. So in the next 3 or 4 years, you're going to see unbelievably new drugs coming up on account of this particular work. It was thought that it will take 125 years to reach this stage because it has to be done by hundreds of scientists working laboriously with X-ray crystallography to be able to uncover 200 million proteins. It's happened in 5 years. Real acceleration. So I don't need to explain how much is happening in education. People have talked about it in agriculture, in banking. I'm working with, along with, as a consultant to a lender and jointly with IIT Bombay's AI team to figure out a completely new way of doing risk management, completely new way of doing HR, completely new way of making every aspect of that lending company business change. So in another 2 years, you'll see a completely different animal in the space, probably the first in the world. It's changed manufacturing. It's changed autonomous vehicles. I would have loved to talk, but we are running out of time, about autonomous vehicle. It uses lakhs and lakhs of neurons to be able to do things. A recent experiment has managed with just 19 neurons and doing better accuracy than all these ones with lakhs of neurons. That's called liquid neural networks. And then manufacturing is changing, your office space is changing, everything is changing, and everything is changing rapidly. So you could see how in 5 years it exponentially changed, but our mind has no problem. The mindset is a problem, as someone said the other day. Our mindset is linear. Whether we work in parallel or in series, we have a linear mindset. That's what I'd like you to think. Let's do a quick experiment. Take a piece of paper and fold it into 2. Fold it again, it'll become 4, 8, 16, 32, 64. Can anyone just guess, if you fold it 41 times, how high will it be? Will it be 3 feet? Will it be as 6 feet as tall as I am, or as high as the ceiling? What do you think it'll be? A quick answer from somebody? Sorry? More than this building. Okay. Anyone more? Sorry? Okay. But actually it is from here to the moon. In 41 folds. And if you do the 42nd fold, it will be from here to the moon and back. That's exponential. And that's exponential with just doubling. Exponential can happen tripling 4 times. So if that's quadrupling, you will be out of the solar system. And that's the rate at which technology is going to come up. I'll show you these are, I don't want to go again because of lack of time, and the next speakers would speak. I just look at the green graph, which is like the classical S-curve. That's speech recognition. And now look at the ones after 2016. They're almost going vertical, more and more vertical, and that's exponential. Every new thing, whether it's computation or whatever it is going to go vertical. Just about 15 days ago, a paper was published about how some of the foundational math problems which have not been solved for 70 years had now got solved like this. But of course, it takes up a lot of energy and a lot of tokens. But that's not the problem. The point is that you can solve the most unsolved problems in mathematics with LLMs. So now this is not to scare you, but to tell you there's a great opportunity in whichever sector you're working, if you were able to get AI as your companion. Okay? Now, the other thing I want you to understand is that autonomous agents, AI agents, are going to change our life. It's going to change the game. Now, you might say, okay, what's so great about agents? Because the important thing is that agent is not your rep who's doing work for you in Delhi to influence the government, or somebody who's like running another branch for you somewhere. Agency means something which has got the power to act, to decide, and to influence others. That's the English meaning of agency. So AI agents will have the power to do things. From the time humankind started, we have built all kinds of tools. And all these tools are for us to use whichever we want and when we want. But once you give something agency, it acts on its own. So AI agents are here. In fact, one of my companies is working on AI agents for a number of companies right now. I want you to read this tombstone in the graveyard. It says, RIP, B2B business, B2B SaaS business, passed away peacefully on 1st of June 2026. He had a fall in December 2024, and it disabled him and he couldn't get up, and he died 18 months ago. But if Satya Nadella had his way, it would have died next month. He believes it's gone, kaput. But I'm saying it's not going to be that far. That's an exaggeration. It will take a few months. I'm not suggesting that B2B software companies are dead. The B2B software companies are going to use a different business model. Like 24 years ago, we used to get software in boxes, floppy disk, CD-ROMs, DVDs. You don't see them anymore because SaaS companies destroyed them. Now SaaS companies are going to get them. SaaS as a business model is going, and you'll have AI agents. AI agents because you can communicate with your AI agent in natural language, whether it's audio or text, and it will figure out how to interpret your question or your instruction and can pick up the relevant information from whatever databases. It doesn't care what database it is, unlike in the case of SaaS where you do coding, and pick up the data that's required from multiple databases, generate the answer to your question or act based on your instruction, and then you soon have the answer. So that's what AI agents are going to do. The next thing is a question to you. Do you think having electricity is a competitive advantage, a sustainable competitive advantage? No. Everybody else has got access to electricity. So it's not, you can't say, I've got electricity, so I'm going to be competitive. Having a PC or a computer in your company is also not going to give you any competitive advantage. Everybody has it. It's cheap, easily accessible. Now the question is, will deploying AI give you sustainable competitive advantage? If you read literature and you read newspapers, it'll give the impression that yes, it's a source of competitive advantage, a long-term competitive advantage. I'd like to suggest that it is not a source of competitive advantage, although I'm an evangelist for AI. I'm telling you, not having AI is going to be a competitive disadvantage. Of course, in the first 2-3 years, as a pioneer or the first mover, you will have advantage. But after that, it's not a competitive advantage. And secondly, you don't need to know anything about technology to be able to use AI. It'll come packaged for you to use, or it'll be embedded in the products you use every day. So you don't have to worry about it. You just have to accept that this is the new world. Okay? But there are good things and bad things, like in most cases. And the person you see on the left out there is a gentleman named Mustafa Suleyman, who was the co-founder with Demis Hassabis of this company called DeepMind. Now, he's written an outstanding book, which was released last year in 2024. It's called The Coming Wave. I recommend it to everybody. Please read it. It's a bit fat. It's an amazing book. It tells you about all that's going to happen, and also says you must regulate AI. Now, it might sound retrograde, but there are good reasons why we need to regulate AI, because on the one hand, we have companies like Anthropic, which say we are here to create safe AI, trustable AI. And on the other extreme, we have rogue elements developing AI to actually destroy our happiness and cheat us. And in between, we have all kinds of companies, including OpenAI's Sam Altman. Okay, this is my personal view. He's a cowboy. Sometimes he says things, sometimes he means something. You don't know what he means and what he says is connected. Often, he exaggerates like crazy. And he says he's not doing something when he's actually doing things. So there's a need for regulation. Now you might say, oh, regulation, you're killing progress. You're not killing progress. By the way, you know which is the industry which is going the fastest? Biotechnology. The most regulated industry in the world, biotech and pharma. Now, because of the regulations, people are finding excellent ways of finding the good things and good ways of producing new solutions. So I'd like to suggest that a little amount of regulation is good, and this regulation is going to create even more innovation. Okay? Now let me come back to the 4 things, and I'm going to wrap it up fast, because we need to save time. The 4 things that you need to do to succeed in the world of AI. First is be a very curious seeker of knowledge, extremely curious seeker of knowledge. we hear about all the great things that happened in the last century. The atom bomb, the car, the plane, the penicillin, this, that, and the list is endless. It's unbelievable the kind of things that have happened in the last 100 years. Okay? But there's a reason why it's happened. Before the Industrial Revolution also, all kinds of fantastic things have happened. We had Copernicus, Plato, Socrates, Aristotle. Now, one thing that's important to understand is none of them created deadly things because they were schooled in that one area of knowledge. For instance, Copernicus, we all know is a great astronomer, but he's a great mathematician and a theologist of great repute. Only when I went to see the house he lived in about 450 years ago in Poland, I realized that he had actually gone to Italy to study medicine, and he qualified. So it's like medicine, mathematics, theology, all kinds of things. That led him to create unbelievable things. Plato studied poetry. He's the one who gave us the theory of ideas. He studied poetry and gymnastics and philosophy. What's that got to do with theory of ideas? Socrates was too poor to have classical Greek education. He taught himself various things from various fields of knowledge. And we have the Socrates method of critical thinking. Aristotle, he gave us the concept of form, the concept of function, classification, hierarchy, which all IT people here use today. Not just IT people use that, everybody else uses. That concept came from Aristotle. And he studied biology, botany, physiology, and it was underpinned by philosophy. So curiosity had led them to all kinds of fields, and that has led to great solutions for us. Even in the industrial age, we think it's all these great guys who made cars and planes and TVs and so on and so forth. It's actually about 25 great thinkers who created it. I'm just naming four. Einstein, he was trained to become a school teacher in physics and math, but he didn't stop today he would have been told, aspire to become vice principal and principal. Instead, he went on to do a PhD in the determination of molecular dimensions. And in the year 2005, it is considered in physics the year of magic. He published 5 path-breaking papers, of which most of you have only heard of one, which is the theory of relativity, E is equal to mc squared. But that has this huge implications on the atom bomb, nuclear energy, and all kinds of things. Lavoisier is the father of chemistry. He didn't do chemistry, he was an accountant. He gave us the understanding that there's something called oxygen, there's something called water, which is actually 2 molecules of hydrogen and 1 molecule of oxygen. An accountant, not a chemistry graduate. Okay? He created the law of conservation of mass, an accountant. Michael Faraday, he didn't even have education, he was too poor. He was working as a bookbinder. Now this bookbinder used to take time off to read some books which he had got for binding, and he figured out that electricity and magnetism are not two different things, they're together. Somebody talked about a similar subject a little while ago, but he's the first one to figure out that these are interchangeable. And we have tremendous uses today in many products because of that. James Maxwell was fascinated by what Michael Faraday did. And he felt that this pattern of shifting from magnetism to electricity has a mathematical underpinning. And he created the laws, Maxwell's laws, which we studied in physics in school, in college. So all these guys had tremendous curiosity. So if you develop curiosity, you know how to survive in this coming world. We have to think of, it's critical thinking that's going to save us, it's going to help us. This gentleman out here won the Nobel Prize for economics. You know what his subject is? He has a PhD in psychology. It's not economics. He won the PhD in economics. And he wrote an interesting book called Thinking Fast, Thinking Slow. Now, Kahneman said that there are 2 types of thinking. He reduced it to 2 systems. System 1 is where you think, act instantly, because you are basing it on the knowledge you already have, some rules, some intuition. So you can act immediately. And the other one is system 2 thinking, which requires you to solve a problem, you have to think of what questions do I need to ask? And by getting answers to those questions, I'm going to be able to solve the problem. So critical thinking requires you to know what questions to ask when you're faced with a problem. And that is what is absolutely stunning. And if you are a person who thinks that you can live life with system 1, well, that battle has already been won by AI. System 2, which requires empathy, physical work, these are not something AI is going to be able to master easily. Most of our work involves a combination. As you go higher up in the organization, whether you're in academia or R&D or in commercial business, you get more and more system 2 thinking requirement, and only those who have system 2 thinking requirement actually move up the hierarchy and reach the board levels. Now that's safe. So what we really need to win in this world of AI, the new world we're coming to, is the Socrates method, the critical thinking, or Kahneman's way of saying that it's system 2. Now, you may be 40 years old, 50 years old. If you're 40 years old, you've got at least 30 years more of professional career. And if you've got a 15-year-old, he might ask you, what should I be studying so that I'll be successful in future? Well, the answer comes from Yuval Noah Harari. He says, the best advice I can give a 15-year-old is don't rely too much on adults. Most of them mean well, but they just don't understand the world. Okay? That's a scathing statement, but what it says is that you have to be a lifelong student. Whichever field you are, think about it, think more about it, learn more about it, and move on to other fields and keep learning new and newer things all the way through your life. Okay? That's what's going to help us survive in this ever-changing world. And you know, one thing which Steve Jobs was famous for, when he launched products, he'd talk about some soft product which is not so important. At the end of the speech, he'd say, and one more thing. And then he'll say, you know, this is something Apple is revealing. And everybody would be waiting for that one more thing statement. No, he says that learn continually, there'll always be one more thing to learn. So you're never short of things to learn. Mr. Edward Deming was a little more cut and dry. He said, learning is not compulsory, neither is survival. Okay? So, and actually we don't have to try hard because life teaches us so many things every day. So how can we stop learning? We don't have to try hard. And you don't have to be a brilliant genius. Einstein says, I have no special talent. I'm only passionately curious. So the biggest thing that we need for survival and success in the AI-driven world is just be curious all the while. Okay? 10 years ago, I had this gentleman named Marshall Goldsmith, one of the leading thinkers, in my office, in our conference room, talking to some of my colleagues. And he started off by saying, what got you here will not get you there. So what got you here till the gateway is not going to get you beyond that. It's curiosity, desire to learn new things and different fields. I'll make a confession. For the last 40 years, every week, I have told myself I have to learn some new topic. And every week there has been a new topic. And it's been fun, the journey. What you need is a core skill and supplemented with critical thinking. I just talked about Kahneman and Socrates, resilience, emotional intelligence, creativity, initiative, active learning, and also understand that the world of trust which we were built on has gone because of AI, and there's a need to be conscious of the need for cybersecurity. So I'd like to thank you all for listening to me. The 6 things that you need to know about AI, rest you don't worry about, and the 4 things you need to know to be able to succeed in the age of AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rajnayak, for joining us. Of course, we'd like to now invite Debashish Bhattacharya, Chairman of Pan IIT. Let's get both the leaders in the center of the stage. Of course, we'd like to have this moment of appreciation to Mr. Nair, Lily, and I think the wise thing to do is to give him a bigger round of applause for a fantastic deliberation and, of course, Being the co-chair of PIWOT 2025, Mr. Nair has incredibly led this event. And of course, we have the chairman of Pan IIT, Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya. Let's get both of them in a frame together once. I think our photography team would like to cover them in all the magnitude possible. Thank you so much. We'd also like to invite, yesterday we had a great talk from none other than the director and founder of Legis.ai, Sakar Yadav, who was here with us and of course had given in a great talk. And right now, we'd also like to invite him on stage and allow us an opportunity to felicitate him. We, of course, have Sharat Saraf, convener of PIWOT 2025, who will be joining us along with Sakar Yadav for his felicitation. So let's give both of them a warmer round of applause and appreciating Sakar Yadav's deliberation from yesterday. And, of course, he was very kind with his time, and even there was a book launch, I remember, Sakar, which was done yesterday by you, when in the presence of the ministry.
Friends, I have just done my duty which I should have done yesterday, but I am grateful to Mr. Sakar Yadav for forgiving this lapse on our part. But now that I have the mic for 1 or 2 minutes, I must say that Sakar has developed and promoted a very unique platform called Legis. It is a shade higher than ChatGPT. You can ask any question on income tax or on law and you'll get instant reply. Not only a correct reply, but also case studies, analysis, and a lot of other information which normally a platform like ChatGPT would not give. And the replies are very clear and crisp. So I must compliment him for using AI to the best possible use that one can think of. Apart from that, they have several other platforms also, but I would suggest that please have a look at their website and see about even other platforms that they have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
I'm also grateful to him for supporting to put up this event here. He is one of our top platinum supporter sponsor, and I'm very grateful to him for that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saraf. And thank you so much, Mr. Yadav, for joining us. As Mr. Saraf said, we'd like to humbly thank Legis.ai for their sponsorship on the event. Of course, they are one of the platinum sponsors in PIWOT 2025. So now we're going to be going ahead to our next session, but before we do so, allow me an opportunity to tell you that there are going to be 3 parallel tracks happening. Right now here is going to be the Plenary Session Technology at Work, the Japanese way, which is happening in the main hall out here. We also have Technology That Saves Lives, the healthcare track, which is happening in 401. And we have the Technology and the Future of Education, the academic perspective, happening in the central hall. So we just wanted to plug this announcement just for all of you who are sitting through, to let you know that there are parallel tracks which have started. With that being said, let's go ahead with the track which is happening here, which is Technology at Work, the Japanese way, which refers to Japan's distinctive approach to integrating technology into various aspects of work and society, often emphasizing efficiency, innovation, and collaboration. Japan has long been a leader in development and implementation of cutting-edge technologies, and its work culture has evolved alongside technological advancements. Let's learn from the leaders from Japan, be it the Kaizen philosophy, technological innovation in workplace. This plenary is not to be missed. First up, I'm going to be inviting on stage the founder CEO Talendy, Mr. Naotaka Nishiyama, for his opening remarks. Allow me an opportunity to introduce our leader. He's the founder and CEO of Talendy, a company that focuses on innovative talent acquisition and recruitment solutions. Talendy specializes in harnessing the power of data, artificial intelligence, and advanced technologies to improve the recruitment process, provide business with more efficient, accurate, and scalable ways to find the right talent. Naotaka founded Talendy with a vision of transforming the recruitment industry by applying AI and data-driven insights to streamline and enhance the talent acquisition process. Let's warmly invite Naotaka Nishiyama. All right, so while, of course, Naotaka joins us on stage, so many of you, of course, have interacted in the past with various leaders. It's always great to have a cross-country perspective as well, because as an industry, as a country, we're only going to be growing if we have cross-country collaborations, and we're elated that now the leaders from Japan are going to be leading this plenary session. And of course, it's exciting to know what AI has done for the recruitment industry. So with that, Naotaka, we'd now like to humbly invite you on stage, and let's warmly welcome him with a bigger round of applause as he joins us.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the Japan session. And thank you very much for giving us such great opportunity. And thank you for joining us. I'm Nishiyama from Talendy. I might be the only Japanese startup founder living in India. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, I swapped sushi for masala dosa. And honestly, I love it. Every single day, I'm working to bring India and Japan closer, especially in the tech space. Please let me start by sharing something about Japan. Click. This one. Okay. So in Japan, New Year's Day is the most important day for Japanese. It's like a Diwali. But here's a twist. It's quiet with no firecracker. 6 years ago, New Year's Day, on the front page of Nikkei Shimbun, the Japan's biggest business newspaper, have a big impact headline here. The world top minds are coming from India. It mentions leaders like Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella. Imagine this. Our most important day, all of Japan talk about India. It was a symbolic moment. Yes, thank you. It was a symbolic moment of recognition of India, proof of global potential. This potential became a reality. This year, India surpassed Japan in GDP. Congratulations. So now we are always talking about India's economy, innovation, and technology. Not only for Bahubali. So let me show a quick story. 10 years ago, I organized a trip for Indian tech CEOs to visit Japan. At Tokyo International Airport, I welcomed them with big smile and a bus, because Indians love buses, right? I jokingly call it my Desh bus service in Tokyo. So over a few years, I brought more than 20 Indian tech CEOs to Japan annually. And now, through Talendy, we are using technology to connect IIT brilliant graduates and Japanese tech companies. So no more buses, just algorithm. So today, I want to talk about 3 things. Investment, technology, and talent. Over the past decade, Japanese investment in India have grown 2.5 times. Why? Because India's economy is full of energy and potential. It's where everyone wants to be. But do you think this trend will continue in the future? Definitely, yes. According to the recent report, so India is the top destination for Japanese manufacturers, even ahead of US or China. What's more, this is the 2nd year in a row. It's not just for market investment, technology investment too. Today, we are lucky to have leaders from Stevenson, from Mr. Steven from Daiichi Life, and Mr. Sunil from Rakuten. So Rakuten already have big global capability center in Bangalore, and Daiichi Life have exciting plans to set up. So I'm really excited to hear details of the activities later. So now, India and Japan are transforming each other through technology. Please let me give you one example how Indian technology is transforming Japan. So Japan used to be a cash-heavy society, but now mobile payments like PayPay are everywhere. PayPay is the biggest Japan's mobile payment platform, but guess what? PayPay was built using technology of Paytm in collaboration with SoftBank Group. So this is perfect example how Indian innovation is reshaping in our daily life in Japan. And the flip side, Japanese technology is making an impact in India too. Fujifilm, for instance, have established the AI-based healthcare screening center in Bangalore. So it's a true partnership. We are bringing our strengths, technology, to solve global problems. And lastly, talent. So we are eager to work with Indian top talent from institutions like IITs. But here's a challenge. Compared to Western companies, Japan or Japanese company is less well known in India, unfortunately. To fix this, we at Talendy team up with Ministry of Economy Japan and the Embassy of India, create India-Japan working group session. Then we have been discussing how to make it better for our placement for both 2 countries. Then we have developed the platform that allows IIT students to discover Japanese companies, Japanese technologies, or opportunities. So it's kind of a gateway of Japan. Now, this platform became the largest IIT talent database with 1/3 of IIT students registered. Thank you very much. So it's like Zomato for students, but instead of delivering biryani, we delivered, Japan opportunities. So, and we are publishing the showcasing successful Indian professional with Japanese companies, because Indian people don't know how to develop the career at Japanese company. So we need to show role models and create the more sundar picture. So today's Japan session is packed with inspiring story. You can hear from Rakuten Daiichi Life about AI, or Global Capability Center. And kick things off, Suzuki will share the next big move. So please make Indian-Japan partnership stronger and enjoy the session. Thank you very much. Dhanyawad.
Thank you so much, Naotaka Nishiyama, for joining us. Of course, we'd request Sharat Saraf to please make his way to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, the convener of PIWOT 2025, helping us with the felicitation of our speaker. Let's give both the leaders a warmer round of applause to encourage their presence. And of course, thank you to Naotaka Nishiyama for joining us and sharing his wisdom on the stage of PIWOT 2025. It's all happening on the day 3. Come on, ladies and gentlemen, let the energy continue. It's been a fantastic 2 days, and at day 3, we've got the leaders from Japan joining us and sharing their insights of how technology is creating a change in Japan and how can we all collaborate together and make it work at a universal level. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. With that, it is now time for us to go ahead to our next speaker. Let's now call upon the Director and GMO of Suzuki Motor Corporation, Kinji Saito, who has over 3 decades of leadership in the automotive industry. Mr. Saito has been instrumental in driving Suzuki's global strategy, championing innovation, market expansion, and sustainable mobility solutions. His visionary approach and expertise in navigating complex markets has positioned Suzuki as a global leader in the automotive sector. So let's get to know a lot from him with none other than Mr. Kinji Saito.
Thank you for nice introduction. I'm Kinji Saito from Suzuki Motor Corporation. I came here in India 30 years back, January 1995. And since then, I was working with you. Because of that, my body is 50% Indian, 50% maybe Japanese. Thank you very much. So, now, I'm talking about Suzuki's initiative for the future. Today, we don't talk about automobiles itself, but what should be our initiative toward this potential market? So, first of all, we talk about Suzuki's way of countermeasure to the carbon neutrality. Then, we should recognize what is India's potential. And finally, we talk about the next billion strategy as our new ventures. So first of all, as you know, carbon neutrality for the automobile industry is always believed that we should make lots of EVs. Yes, we just introduced our e-Vitara on 17th and in New Delhi. But apart from this, the real carbon neutrality should happen in our business way, in a very practical way. So, as I said, not only the EVs, we prepare hybrid system, but also we use CNG and biofuels. So the combination of these countermeasures will make more sense in our way to to realize the carbon neutrality of the business. First of all, I must say, the global warming potential. So this calculation is here. Many of you know it, that the methane is 28 times worse than CO2 in terms of greenhouse effect. So that is why we considered attacking methane is much, much better than attacking CO2. Then we found this way. We use cow downs. From cow downs, we extract methane, and that methane is used for the fuel for the automobiles. To extract it, the biggest for us is how to gather all cow downs every day from the farmer's house. So we had an agreement with NDDBA because they are gathering the milk from the farmer's house every day. So we asked them to cooperate, and they will do not only the milk gathering, but also they will collect cow downs. I requested them, please do it separately, otherwise it can mix. So, this will make big sense for us. As you see this screen, this will not make not only the gas, but also the fertilizers and the job creations. It's a great project. So, if we say the carbon neutrality, many of you consider only from the tank to wheel. If it is so, yes, EV is the best solution. But if we consider the well to wheel, which involves how to make the fuel, how to make the power, then which is the best solution we have to consider? From this point of view, we made this calculation. According to that calculation, so by 1 kilometer running, a normal petrol engine will produce 190 grams of CO2. But in India, EVs also produces 151 grams of CO2 because the power itself is generated by lots of coals. Then we use this methane, which is 28 times worse gas than CO2, burn it, then the effect of this is minus 1,141 grams, which is carbon negative. So this is a great example that we have another way to realize the carbon neutrality. So this is the way. As you see, the right side, EV uses the power. But for the power, we burn a lot of coals. And through that process, a lot of CO2 will come out. But on the left side, we will collect lots of methane from the cow dungs. And because of that, so cow dung can be burned, then only 1 time worse gas, CO2, will come out. So 27 should be the credit for this calculation. So that is why that calculation can produce the negative numbers of 1,141 grams. So that is our way of calculation. We have 300 million cows in this country. Congratulations, you have a lot of cows, a lot of fuel resources. And if it is so, because 10 cows down can make enough gas for the 1 car to be operated in a day, so you can operate 30 million vehicles by cow dung only, if all cow dungs can be collected and turned into the gas. What a good thing we do have, right? So not only this, let's consider that under both way, EVs and this cow dung gas usage. If we do this, go to the cow dung, options, the price of the vehicle very low because we can use a CNG vehicle as it is. Infrastructure, EV requires a lot of charging stations, but for CNG and this cow dung, yes, we can use the existing one. And we can make a lot of environment, a lot of job creation along with environment solutions. So biogas, cow dung-based biogas, is such a nice option for us to consider. So Albert, I was hesitant to say these things because yesterday I opened the one application of one AI and I asked them, what should be the best solution to have the carbon neutrality for the automobile industries? Their answer was, I asked them in addition to the normal one, but there is a biogas, cow dung-based biogas option is there, included. Then the answer was, number one, EV. Wow. Number two, cow dung-based, biogas. Number three, biogas. Number four, something, hybrid, something like this, using public transportation. These are their numbers. But the answer of EV was based on the assumption that power generation is becoming cleaner and cleaner and cleaner in future. That is why they selected EV as number one. So please correct your AI system. This is wrong, okay? So definitely, cow dung option is the best one to realize the carbon neutrality. So apart from this, yes, we can create, from scratch, we can create good fertilizers, and we can create employment. Very good. And this kind of biogas can be used, not only the gas itself, but also power generation and fertilizer saved, and vehicle fuel, all the things is there. We have already started the experimental plant in some 3 places, and we added 2 already. So after knowing it, so what should be our next venture to be realized? We have sold more than 30 million vehicles in this country. But still, a lot of customers are waiting for us. So we have very nice IT infrastructure, starting from Aadhaar and UPI and India Stack as you made. And we have a lot of potential areas to be developed, starting from rural economy, agriculture, logistics to that place, and gender inclusions. So we considered these are the very potential area for us to do. Then we established impact entrepreneurship supporting system. So by the patient capital. That is another topic we will do. So this is so-called Next Bharat Ventures. So thanking to the Gift Cities facility and their cooperation, so we could establish it in a very fast manner. And this year, last year itself. And the managing director of this fund managing company is Mr. Jindal, who is IIT Hyderabad guy. And he joined Suzuki Japan directly from IIT Hyderabad. And he came to me and he proposed that let's do this kind of ventures. Then we considered what can be done, what areas should we do. Then finally, we agreed to establish this. Our board of directors of Suzuki Motor Japan unanimously agreed and support this idea to make it happen here. So we put $40 million in the first batch of this money to support the impact entrepreneurs. We select, every 6 months, we select 15 entrepreneurs to be supported. But the process involves lots of application all over India, and we visit their sites and confirm what is going on. And we select 15 of them for the final candidates to be supported. Our support involves equity infusion and the debt financing support and all other supports, administrative support to make it happen. But the important selection criteria is how they have strong intention to do it. Because that kind of business is very tough business to continue. We don't want them to give up, sorry, but they continue. That is why we check their reason why they want to do it, why they have to do it. If their intention is strong, then we will decide to be selected. That is our way of supporting the impact entrepreneurs. So first batch is now becoming to end next week. They will start their expansion of business. Then second batch will be the second half of this year. So we'll continue this activity. So we have this kind of people here who has the business opportunity and he or she wants to realize it. So I'm very happy to say that Suzuki is very serious about this, starting from our CEO of Toshihiro Suzuki and to vice president of the company, and including me, directly support this venture to realize the next billion's future. So apart from this, IIT Hyderabad helped a lot for us to develop what should we do in 2 years. Then they made Suzuki Innovation Center in IIT Hyderabad itself, and we continue this kind of experimental activities in Hyderabad also. So this is our trial, our initiative to go to another tech-leading country of India. Tech is used, not tech itself only, but total life of the people here. That is my theme for all of you today. And I want your agreement that we can continue this kind of development using your tech and your agreement. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saito, for joining us. We'd like to have an opportunity of inviting the convener of PIWOT 2025, Mr. Sharat Saraf, to please join us on stage and allow us an opportunity of having you in frame with Mr. Kinji Saito. And let's thank him for his amazing session with a bigger round of applause. We just, of course, request Mr. Saito to be in the center of the stage, allow the team to capture some wonderful moments of having you at the day 3 of PIWOT 2025. And in this session, we have leaders from Japan who are sharing their perspective of how technology is impacting the business they are doing in the country, and of course, how can we foster meaningful collaborations. In the frame, we can see Sharat Saraf having a hearty conversation with Mr. Saito. And I think events like these give you that platform of cross-country collaborations. Thank you, Mr. Saito, for joining us. With that, we're going to be now moving ahead to our next star speaker. We're talking about Anirban Nandi, VP AI Products and Analytics, Rakuten India. Well, Rakuten is a global leader in e-commerce, technology, and digital services based in Japan, and Anirban Nandi's role involves overseeing AI-powered products and leveraging analytics to drive innovation and business growth in their Indian market. As the VP of AI Products and Analysis, Anirban leads the initiatives at Rakuten India to build and implement AI-driven solutions across various business verticals. So with a warmer round of applause, let's invite on stage none other than Anirban Nandi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope everyone is doing well. And thank you to the organizing committee for the introduction. So I'm Anirban. I lead the data and AI practices at Rakuten. Let me start my presentation with a quick introductory video about Rakuten.
At Rakuten, the future unfolds effortlessly because innovation is not just an idea. It's about our everyday life, making things simpler for you. Our 70-plus businesses bring exceptional products and services to you and your businesses. E-commerce, fashion, fintech, travel, observability, tech, we've got it all. Your life redefined, powering our businesses as artificial intelligence. We are not just keeping up, we are shaping the future responsibly. Our AI goes beyond prediction, making every interaction seamless and futuristic. Our tech speaks your language, delivering a human touch to make every experience uniquely yours. Rakuten, your partner in progress, making the future brighter, simpler, and more connected.
So that's Rakuten for you. Established in 1997, we are in the 28 years of our operation. When we started back in 1997, we were an e-commerce platform. However, over the last 28 years, we have established ourselves as one of the largest conglomerates in the world. We have 70-plus businesses, 30-plus countries, and the numbers speak for itself as well. So our global user base is close to 1.6 billion users. We have a GTV of close to around approximately $250 billion, and our consolidated revenue is $15 billion. We have 30,000 professionals globally working at Rakuten, and what differentiates us from any of the other organizations is our united culture, which is based on Rakuten's Shugis principle and a concept called Omotenashi, which is a mixture where we try to provide the best services by being hospitable to all our customers. While most of the organizations are based on 3 Ps, which is people, process, and products, Rakuten, and specifically Rakuten AI, has a 4th P as well. So this is our purpose. Rakuten AI stands for augmenting human creativity with the power of AI. And therefore, we don't call AI as artificial intelligence. We rather call it as augmented intelligence, where both human and AI are working in tandem. There are 3 basic principles or foundations of Rakuten AI. The bottom layer is data, then we have intelligence, and then we have application. At Rakuten AI, we are pushing the boundaries of innovation every day without compromising safety. And the intent of today's presentation is to show some of the use cases that we have across all the 3 layers. Like I said, data, intelligence, and application. So let's talk about the data layer. As you saw, we have close to 1.6 billion users globally, right? And a lot, more than 50% of them is based out of Japan. With regards to a customer, what you know are your factual attributes, like what's your age, what's your marital status, things that are already shared by the customers with us. At Rakuten, we don't stop there because factual attributes only contains around 100 attributes about yourself, right? We take it to the next layer where we call it as inferred attributes. And we have close to 5,000 inferred attributes as part of our databases.
So what is an inferred attribute? Inferred attribute is something that you infer from the base data or additional information around browsing, purchase, all of that. What's the lifestyle of the customer? What's the life stage? Can I predict the probability of my customer buying a Toyota car or a Suzuki car in the next 2 months, right? So we have close to around 5,000 inferred attributes. Now, that was in 2023. 2024 was an year where we expanded it a lot. We said, why can't we have infinite attributes about a customer, right? And that's where we used deep learning, neural networks, to create embeddings, and now it has become infinite attributes. We don't even know how many attributes we have in our system. Why is that important? Laddu is not a laddu. There are different varieties of laddu. Or similarly, if you have dosa, if you like dosa, you understand there are multiple varieties of dosa. Imagine all varieties, all possible combinations of dosas being actually part of the embeddings that we have as part of our data. That's just a quick example of the data layer. And this embedding layer actually goes as the backend for most of our algorithms around search, recommendations, and so on and so forth. Next, let me briefly talk about the intelligence layer. Now, this was launched. Now, we have so many open source models available, right? But then Rakuten decided to launch its own LLM in spring of 2024. We fine-tuned Mistral on top of it and released our own LLM, which actually outperformed a lot of the open source LLMs, specifically in the Japanese language, with the benchmark set by the Tokyo University. This was actually awarded as the best open source model right now, Japanese open source model, at the Information Technology 42nd IT Awards by the Japanese government. Now, we didn't stop there, because this was only 1.0. It had 7 billion parameters. We said, can we expand it? And yes, we did. So currently, the team is working, and in spring of 2025, we are going to launch a 56 billion parameter model, which is 8 times the size of our 1.0, but the cost that has only increased is 2.5 times. How did we make that possible? Another innovation. For us, innovation does not mean intervention. Innovation means connecting the dots for us. That's where we use something very unique called as mixture of experts. Imagine 8 smaller LLMs getting combined into one architecture to create this 56 billion model. So that's going live for us in 25. The other thing which is also going live simultaneously during spring of 2025 is also a Rakuten AI mini model. It's very specific. It's a small language model, a specialized language model, which is just for computing things on the edge and the mobile devices. Now, we spoke about the data layer. We spoke about the intelligence layer. Let's go a little deeper, because as consumers, we can relate this to a lot. So we wanted to serve all the customers with all the data and the intelligence that we have. And that's where Rakuten AI for Business and Rakuten AI for Consumers come in. Because our concept, like I said, is augmented intelligence. That's our purpose. And we want to make AI accessible to everyone. Let's start by saying that what are we doing for our own employees? Like I said, we have more than 30,000 employees working globally, right? And we have this system, which is very similar to enterprise ChatGPT, if anybody of you used it, built on open source, on open GPTs, where all our employees access this on a day-to-day basis. And this is a multimodal system. You can talk to it, you can send videos, you can create videos, let your imagination go wild. And this is developed in-house on top of OpenGPTs. Now, while this is happening, OpenAI also understood, because while we have our own LLMs, we work with Claude, which is from Anthropic. We work with OpenAI. We work with Gemini. All right, so OpenAI actually understood the work that has been done at Rakuten. They actually have positioned ourselves as one of their biggest successful use cases from an industry standpoint. That's for the employees. Now let's look at how are we enabling and supporting our businesses. Imagine you going to MS Teams, saying that this is the data I need. Bring the insights. As a business person, you just go and type it in a very simple language on Teams or on Viber or any of the communication platform that you or your enterprise uses, right? What we do at the back end is understand the intent of what you're asking, pull data, generate insights, throw a PPT back to you. So all the work that the data and AI team used to do to generate insights have now gone with our AI analyst. AI artist is something where we are supporting the marketing teams with creating content. Imagine banner ads, thousands and thousands of banner ads being created. With generative AI and LLMs, that has been made possible. It's a lot more easier. However, are we actually increasing the work by creating thousands, 10,000 banner ads for our marketing team? Yes, we are definitely increasing our work. And therefore, when you are generating content to support your marketing teams, you also need to ensure that it's compliant to the enterprise guidelines. We do that. Hence, our marketing team finds this useful. AI Shop Assistant, another example. We have a business called as telecommunication, Rakuten Mobile Network, right? And we have a lot of, while customers can do the subscriptions online, they can do it via stores as well. And when the customer walks into the stores, they get a lot of query. The AI Shop Assistant actually helps the store managers, the person in charge for giving out the subscriptions, to actually answer most of the queries that they have. Moving on. Now, these were primarily support systems that the AI was doing from the back end. Now let's talk about from the customer and the consumer standpoint. Everybody uses search on an e-commerce platform, right? But we have something called a semantic search, where you can just key in whatever it wants and it will understand the intent. It will not throw you zero-hit results, because if you're writing a search query which is, let's say, 10 or 15 words, it does not throw out, because it understands the semantic meaning and then discovers the product from the e-commerce platform. Similarly, we have recommendations and ads getting generated using our deep learning space as well. And we recently launched our own visual search algorithms as well, which helps you just click a picture, go to our website, e-commerce website, which is Ichiba, upload that picture, and you'll find the most relevant, sometimes the exact match, sometimes the most relevant thing that's corresponding to it. These are all different applications that the consumers or the customers are facing, right? Now, we also launched a lot of generative AI applications in 2024. Rakuten Link AI. We already had a Link app, which was used for calling, discovering the different services that Rakuten have. But with the launch of Rakuten Link AI, we wanted to democratize AI to the Japan people, right? For anybody who is using this platform, AI is free. You can learn how to interact, while you can also get very relevant information about Rakuten. Rakuten Mobile Assistant 2.0, it actually helps. It's a chatbot, generative AI-based chatbot on our website, which actually helps drive subscriptions. It can also do your reservations. If you want to drive subscriptions online or generate subscriptions online, you can do a shop reservation using this platform as well. Now, what is important here, both for Link AI as well as Mobile Assistant, is the accuracy of information. So we put in a lot of work. We support our AI systems with a lot of relevant data, actually, to make these systems relevant. Okay. Here's something which is coming very soon. So it's an interactive platform where you talk about occasions, you talk about different scenarios, right? And it's, as a customer or a consumer, you are getting output, and eventually it leads to a purchase that makes life very, very easy. Again, this is multimodal. This is not just text. You can do images, you can do voice, you can do as much as anything that we want to call. We are calling this Rakuten AI Assistant because for us, Rakuten is an ecosystem. It's not just e-commerce. We have 70 businesses, commerce, fintech, telecommunication, media entertainment, all of that. And this system, the Rakuten AI system, will interact with all of them seamlessly. And that's why we have named this ecosystem AI. Now, this is currently live for a special set of customers that we have, close to around 10,000, where we are gathering first-hand feedback for them before we do a public launch very soon this year. Okay, if anybody here plays golf, fantastic. This will help you a lot. So that's where we bring in the Experience AI. This actually is an AI embedded system as part of Gora, which is our golf business, golf booking business, where you can record videos. Sorry, I didn't catch that. I'll talk to you offline. Sorry about that. Okay. So Gora is an like I said, golf booking business. And if you are amateur at golf, if you are an expert, I don't think you need this. You can still use this because it has been trained with data from a lot of users, expert golf players, and it helps you correct your swing and do everything that you want to possibly improve your golf playing experience. That's why we call it Experience AI. Now, you have seen, we have launched a lot of different products for our employees, for our businesses, for our consumers over the last 2 years. The secret sauce behind all of this is this platform, which is called as Gen I. This helps you to make your AI both secure as well as observable. Security, when you're sending in some prompt, are you sending in PII information? Okay? Is somebody trying to hack our systems? So through prompt injection, is somebody trying to write toxic comments on our AI systems, right? So it actually captures all of that and says that, okay, this is a prompt by Mr. X and YZ who's done something wrong. The security team, please do something about it. And then at the response level, once the AI gives it, we need to ensure that it's very accurate. That's where we have observability, the observability system which talks about accuracy, hallucination, latency drift, and all of that. Finally, at Rakuten, our concept is AIization for all. And that's where we are starting our small B2B business or an AI solutioning and consulting business at Rakuten India. In Rakuten specifically, in the India standpoint, this will be our contribution and empowerment to the India society. If you need any kind of expertise around AI solutioning and consulting, feel free to reach out to us and we'll be happy to help and collaborate. That's it. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Anirban, for joining us. May I request Mr. Sharat Saraf, of course, the convener of PIWOT 2025, to join us on stage and allow us a moment to capture you with Anirban Nandi, VP AI Products and Analytics, Rakuten India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a big, big round of applause. He's been leading the initiatives for Rakuten, being a Japanese company, but heading the Indian operations for the team of Rakuten. And it's truly an honor to have Anirban join us today. So on that note, we're going to be going ahead to our next session, which we're going to be scheduling it right now. Now, this session is going to be led by Dev Kumar Mondal, who's the Chief Product Officer of Talendy. Being the Chief Product Officer at Talendy, which is a company which focuses on using AI and data-driven technologies to enhance the recruitment process, as the CPO, Mr. Mondal plays a central role in the development and execution of the product strategy for Talendy's AI-powered recruitment solutions, aimed at improving efficiency and accuracy in talent acquisition. Also, Mr. Mondal is responsible for overseeing the development and execution of the product strategy at Talendy, so we're really excited and looking forward to his curation on the next session. Joining Mr. Dev Kumar Mondal is going to be Ken Vakasa, CEO of Sakura Bunsha LLC, advisor for Talendy, former group CTO of Mercari, former software engineer at Google. A seasoned technology executive within 27 years of experience driving innovation and enhancing product development at companies like Mercari, Apple, Google, and Sony, to name a few. Ken also has the expertise in engineering leadership, large-scale software systems, and organizational development, including establishing and growing Mercari's global engineering center in India. It's truly going to be fascinating to see what Ken has to say in this conversation. And also we have Kotaro Kataska, the professor from IIT Hyderabad. Kotaro Kataska received his BA in Environmental Information back in 2002. Also, he's been somebody who's worked in the joint research collaboration at the university wherein He's participated with various institutes. He's also been an expert in the field, and he's been a visiting faculty currently at IIT Hyderabad, and of course being a professor there as well. He's currently heading the department. He's in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering, IIT Hyderabad, and it's going to be exciting to see what he brings in with his expertise to this conversation. So ladies and gentlemen, let's, with a warm round of applause, invite Deep Kumar Mondal, who's going to be moderating this, along with Ken Wakasa and Kotara Kotaska. Ladies and gentlemen, a warmer round of applause for all three gentlemen. So talent in an AI era. Dev, you've got this noble task of curating this conversation with Ken and Kotaro. Dev, we look forward to what you have to say in this conversation along with your speakers. Over to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay. Good Sunday afternoon. I know it's Sunday afternoon, so we will keep it light as a casual discussion with a little bit of humor, because this is a fireside chat, right? It's supposed to be humor. So, I'm Dev, and talking about humor, I have been living in Japan for the past 10 years, and I think I'm the only Indian who has experienced more Japanese food than Japanese people. So why I say that is, when I talk to people in Osaka, that's where I live, that I love mentaiko from Kyushu. Oh, mentaiko daisuki. And then all the Japanese people from Osaka, they look at me like this, like, Hommani? Really? So they don't trust me that as an Indian, I love mentaiko, but that's what it is. Now, when I started living in Japan for the past, back 10 years, when I and Nishiyama, we started building this Talent platform like 5 years back. IIT was not a thing. People didn't know about IITs. Then, fast forward like 10 years, just last week, I was walking down the street, buying some vegetables from the grocery store. And then an old lady, we call them Obachan in Japan, 70-year-old. And she came to me, she's like, "Doko kara kita no? Where did you come from?" I said, "India." And I didn't say anything after that. She was just like, "Oh, India? Indo Koga Daigaku? IIT?" She knew about IIT. I could have cried on that street. I could have cried. I did, internally. It's such a proud moment to bring the Japanese delegation this time and to talk in front of my seniors, in front of my professors. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Now, I started kind of thinking yesterday, apologies for my Jumbi Busoku, that means, I didn't prepare that much, but I started thinking yesterday, what is IIT? Why are we so proud of being an IITian? And I think I couldn't find a better answer than this. IIT is a community of excellent people. That's why we're so proud of it. Now, IIT is producing excellent people. As the topic is AI, let me come to that. How these people, they're going to shine in future. With the advent of AI, all the good things that you heard from our Anirvan, everyone, there is an alarming side as well. So if you have seen the news, then Salesforce CEO, Mark, this year, said that we are not going to hire any new engineer in 2025 because AI has boosted the productivity of the existing employees so much that they just don't need anymore. So all the IITians, who are coming out every year, what are they going to do if this becomes a commonplace in the industry? And I think we have just the right people, the best people, to have an answer, have an opinion from them. So, Kataoka Sensei, he is producing the talents from IIT Hyderabad. He is teaching AI and blockchain in IIT Hyderabad, the only Japanese professor in IIT Hyderabad. And one of most forerunning person. And then we have Wakasa-san. Ken. Yeah. Yes, Ken-san. See, he has been to all the places. Take Google, take IBM, take Apple. No, recently.
Not IBM.
Oh, not IBM, sorry. So he was recently the CTO of Mercury. It's the largest C2C marketplace in Japan. It's like eBay in Japan. So he has been hiring these talents. So what's your opinion? Who will go first? Kadawa-sensei?
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. Okay, so the story about Salesforce, it may sound sensational, but that company is not the only company who is hiring an Indian top talent. So practically, we don't have to care much about it. And then another thing is that this is not a new story. So for example, several years ago, when we had a news story about the software-defined networking, that was about the replacement of the network engineers with the software developers. So the big company in US, in an international conference, told a story that, hey, we are not hiring the network engineers anymore because the network will be operated by software and then designed by the software engineers. But still, again, right now, the network engineer is the most best paid job still in the world. So the emergence of AI, replacement of the people, it may happen, but it cannot dominate. So the most important thing is how you want to use an AI instead of how the replacement may happen because of the AI. So that is my view about your question.
Thank you. Kensen?
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me, first of all. And actually, as Kataoka Sensei mentioned, story of a recent announcement about Salesforce, kind of sensational headline. Yeah. I think actually it is not new, to be honest. I have been being involved with tech talent hiring over decades, over I think 2 decades. This has not been changed actually. Every day or every time, every time we have new technologies, people are talking about job security of the existing people, etc., etc. However, there will be anyway something that needs to be done on top of everyone can do, everyone does, right? So speaking of that, I think that's how it goes again. So we shouldn't too much care about what Salesforce, Mark Benioff is saying at this point. And at this point, I think this is Japan session, right? So let me provide some perspective from Japan, tech leaders as well. So I think having said, talented people will always be needed anyway. When we look at Japan situation, the aging societies like Japan keep talking about talent shortages, right? So I have been helping several companies and startups now as an advisors and technical advisors as well. And they keep saying, those Japanese company leaders and technology hiring managers keep saying that we need more engineers, regardless the situations of AI, right? And I think going forward, thanks to the advancement of AI, there are many reasons for those Japanese companies to make use of those tech talent, make use of those maybe like agentic AI or whatever, AI agents, whatever, to compensate or to fulfill their shortage of the talent anyways. However, when we look at the world, that's not really the case, to be honest, right? In India, for instance, students are looking for jobs, right? And maybe talent shortage is not something Indian people is worrying about, right? So there are more reasons for Indian, stakeholders or Indian industry leaders to worry about what Mark Benioff said. But on the other hand, from the Japan side, I think what Mark said is kind of really making sense for us, because Japan needs more talent, but they keep talking about talent shortage. So there are many reasons for Japanese companies and startups to make use of AI. So that's actually the kind of different perspective of Japanese companies are having. And with that, I think can we talk a bit more, can I talk a bit more about it? So with that, we are sort of thinking, Japanese startups and companies are starting talking about some challenges we will have when we make use of, when we replace some of those, probably junior engineers with AI agents or agentic AIs. So we are sort of worried about losing the career path for junior engineers to grow, right? So because those jobs will be fulfilled by AI. So that's actually one of the challenges we started thinking about. And I'd like to have some discussions about that from the Indian perspectives as well. Right? You guys have lots of talents, which is good, and I have been hiring many talents from India. Thank you. But the world is changing, and what people are expecting is also changing. So, what should we do? What should companies do, or what should universities do, is also going to change. So that's something I have in mind at this point to answer your question.
Thank you. So my juniors, if you are here, relax, don't get alarmed. So, and then going to the next point, if you have been paying attention. So I was listening to them the whole night yesterday. They can talk about on this topic for the whole night. So please ping them afterwards. Now, Kataoka Sensei, you mentioned one point that you should know how to use the tool. AI is a tool. And then, Ken-san, you said that what should universities do? So can you please elaborate more on that point? Why did you say that AI is a tool?
Sure. So, first of all, I am a very strong believer of Indian education systems. And I really are impressed by the toughness and stamina of the keep thinking until they reach the answer. So that is something that I have never seen before joining IIT Hyderabad. But now, what I really want to introduce to my student is about the finding and defining the problem. So students are used to wait until the problem statements are coming from the course instructors and the guide. Now I realize that they are doing much better than me. So why do we force them to wait until we say something as a teacher, but the students can come forward that, hey, I think this is a problem. Should we go ahead? And then I blindly say yes. So that means the skill set of the problem finding and the definition is now really important. And then that skill set can be achieved because the students are tough thinkers. And then that toughness cannot be achieved by the existing Indian education systems. So that is why our system is for sure absolutely connected to the better future. So now please think that the 14 billion, 1.4 billion people who think and they suddenly talk about the problem, not about the solution. So the Indian already has the huge stock of the solutions. Surprisingly, they can tell the solution even before we tell the problem. So, but now, if they come up with the idea that, okay, let's define the problem. So in that case, most of the social difficulty that, like Mr. Saito was talking about global warming, for example, the solution will come much in a better shape. Because the Indian power can be now produce the better problem statement that is far better than many other people may come forward. So that is why, as an education, especially like in my lab, I don't tell what to do. I'm just asking them, try define what they want to do. And then I blindly say yes, and then support. And then their research is theirs, not from something that came from me. It comes from themselves, and then it's their own problem. And then the solution is always super duper brilliant. So as an education institute, the role for the future is to put the mindset of the aggressive thinking for the problem definition. So that's my answer to you.
Thank you. I really like that idea. Problem solvers and problem finders.
Right.
So what should the universities do?
Actually, yeah, what Professor Kataoka said resonates me very well. I think, like, in industry, in companies, we have always been thinking about, problem statement as well as a problem solving. But latter is going to be anyway replaced by AI, and actually that has been always true, to be honest. Problem solving has been getting just easier and easier, right? And AI is just one of the latest waves to make problem solving easier, right? However, problem findings and problem definitions, defining problems or identifying problems has always been done by experienced leaders or senior engineers or senior product managers, etc., etc. And that part will be even more important than ever before, right? And I think what companies or industries should do is to, advocating the importance of problem findings in collaboration with, educational institutes. And I think it has always been clear, just to be honest, right? But it has always been clear, but it will be even clearer, right? Everybody understands that AI is coming, and AI is always on the headlines of all news, right, today. So every day we hear about new announcements from OpenAI, Google, Microsoft, etc. So it's a great opportunity for me personally to advocate people about the importance of problem findings, together with education, universities and educational institutes.
Thank you, Ken-san. So as I understand, the IITians who are coming out every year, they should be the problem finders. And then the problem solving part can be done with AI. That's what we are looking forward to. And I have a problem. The problem is, I love mentaiko, but mentaiko is not available in Osaka. The best comes from Kyushu. I have no idea how to get them in Osaka. That's the problem I found out. No solutions there. So thank you. It was a really eye-opening session, I believe. And I believe I put a bit of humor so that you don't get frustrated, bored in a fine Sunday afternoon. So please allow me to thank Kataoka-sensei and Ken-san for such an eye-opening session. And I think that's what we IITians, the students, the professors, that we need to think about going on. Thank you again.
With that, if we may request Mr. Sharat Saraf to please join us the convener of PIWOT 2025, to give us his valuable presence on stage along with our panelists. A warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for such an incredible panel led by Mr. Mondal. And of course, Mr. Mondal and all our speakers, we just request you to please be in the center. We have a token of appreciation given by Mr. Sharat Saraf to all of you. So let's get them in one frame together. And let's continue with that applause for each and every one of them. Can we have one more token of appreciation, please, being shared on stage? Can we get one more? Yes, thank you. Meanwhile, Mr. Saraf, if you do not mind, can we have the four of you in the frame till then? Can we just have a group photograph till then? Of course, we'll get the token to be presented. Well, the smiles say it all right here at the day 3 of PIWOT 2025. Please do stay on the stage as we have for Mr. Mondal as well. Mr. Mondal, apologies. The team is going to be calling you again at the end of this Japanese session. We're not calling it Japanese session, we're talking about Japan-based leadership session. So we're going to be calling you, Mr. Mondal, shortly on stage again. Mr. Saraf, apologies. We're going to be felicitating Mr. Mondal in the next session. Sorry, Mondal. No problem. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, Mr. Mondal, that means you'll have to again join us on stage, so you'll have to stay back with us, because at the end of the next session, we're going to be requesting all the speakers in this track to join us for a group photograph as well. So that's when we'll hopefully get you on stage for your felicitation. Thank you, Mr. Mondal. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give him a big, big round of applause for curating such an excellent conversation. And with that, let's go ahead to our next session. So here, we're going to be having Naotaka Nishiyama, of course, the founder and CEO of Talendy, who's going to be moderating the session. Mr. Nishiyama, it's again an honor to have you back on stage, and this time he's going to be moderating this conversation. We have 2 of the speakers joining us, starting with Sunil Gopinath, CEO Rakuten India. Sunil, being the CEO of Rakuten India, subsidiary of the Rakuten Group, which is leading global provider of e-commerce, digital content, fintech, and communication services. Rakuten India, as you're aware, is a key player in the Indian market, focusing on the expansion of Rakuten's business operations and the technological solutions across the country. Sunil, of course, being their CEO of Rakuten India, he oversees the company's strategic initiatives and growth within the Indian market. We also have Stephen Barnman, CIO of Daiichi Life Holdings, joining us. Well, Stephen, being the CIO of Daiichi Life Holdings, which is a leading global life insurance company based in Japan. The company is one of the most prominent players in the global insurance and financial services industry, providing a wide range of insurance products and financial solutions. As the CIO, he's responsible for overseeing companies' information technology strategy, infrastructure, and the digital transformation efforts. So it's going to be great to see what the 3 of them can bring to us with our fireside chat titled Using AI Effectively. With that, let's bring all 3 of them on stage with a warmer round of applause. And also for all our delegates who are present here. After this session, we'll of course want to invite all of you for a networking break. And we are leaving it to the 3 gentlemen for curating this conversation forward. And just for the information, post this, when the lunch happens, it's going to be happening in Jasmine Hall 1 for all of you. Over to you to take it forward, Nishiyama.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay, now. I'm so happy to welcome you to this session. So today we have two amazing leaders who are using AI in smart ways. And yes, first, Mr. Sunil-san, the CEO of Rakuten. So we have just watched the Rakuten beautiful video, so you may not need explanation, but Rakuten is very, very well known in e-commerce, fintech, or mobile, in other areas. And Rakuten India has a big, important role in innovation. Thank you for being us, Sunil-san.
Thank you. Thank you.
And next, we have Mr. Steven, the Chief Digital Officer and Chief Information Officer at Daiichi Life Holdings. So Daiichi Life Holdings is one of the biggest Japan's, and most trusted insurance company. And then Steven-san is leading DX to use AI to make insurance faster, easier, or better for customers. So thank you for joining, Steven-san.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So maybe let me start with a big question. So maybe from Steven-san. So big question, why is AI important for you, and what role does it play?
Sure. So as a life insurer and as one of Japan's largest life insurers, we play a noble purpose in many people's lives. We need to be there for our customers during their most delicate times in their lives. And in Japan, as you've already heard, the society is aging, and we are finding it harder and harder to find talent. Our salespeople are retiring. And so we use AI to augment this very human undertaking. And so when our salespeople are speaking with our customers, sometimes during very delicate times in their lives, the AI can support them, and the AI can direct them to deal with the customer in a more friendlier way, to deal with the customer in a more appropriate way. It can suggest product types, and in this way, this improves the customer experience. I was just having a conversation with somebody before I came, and when he discovered I was from a life insurance company, he said to me how he had such a difficult experience both in buying the insurance and in going through a claim. And I'm sure many of you have had difficult experiences with insurance. And so technology, and AI in particular, can help remove this friction from the customer experience and help the buying experience be much easier to execute, and the claims experience to be much smoother. So AI is very much augmentation of what is a very human business for us.
Thank you very much. And yes, Sunil-san. So Mr. Aniban-san explained a lot of how Rakuten using AI. But as a CEO, from your perspective, why AI is important for Rakuten?
Yeah, good question. Can you guys hear me okay? See, for us, we have a three-pronged expectation from AI as we leverage it in our company. We call it the 30-30-30 plan, which means 30% improvement in top line, 30% improvement in bottom line, 30% improvement in productivity. So, and for us, one of the primary reasons why AI matters is AI at scale is extremely critical for us. We have business scale, 75 plus companies as part of the Rakuten group companies. We have customer scale, we have 1.5 billion users. And we have technology scale, right? In terms of the amount of data that we collect about the users, about our business, about applications and infrastructure, things like that. And so it's humanly impossible to have, with that diversity of data, it's humanly impossible to have, to solve these kind of problems with just people or with a rules-based technology, right? So this is where AI comes in because it's machine learned, right? You don't necessarily have to put any rules. whether it's cybersecurity, there's no way you can put rules because the amount kind of attacks that hit us on a daily basis changes on the fly. So you need to have machines learning automatically depending on a dynamically changing real-world scenario, and hence AI.
I see. Thank you very much. So yes. So for Stevenson, so you mentioned to remove the friction or to improve the customer-friendly customer experience. So, but it works best with so because Kataoka Sensei mentioned that previous session, AI is a tool, right? So in order to achieve this, so what is the strategy for this? How do you approach?
Sure. So as with any new technology, it requires a deep consideration about how we implement it and how we use it. And so we are looking across a variety of different areas. The first thing is in changing our business models. So through the traditional way of selling insurance, if we suddenly just put in AI to that, then perhaps it won't be so effective. So we are exploring new channels through which to sell our insurance, new digital channels. So changing business models is the first area. The other area is related to our talent. So if you produce a new technology and then just introduce it into your organization, but nobody knows how to use it, then of course it's almost useless. And so we are putting a significant effort on, number one, hiring top talent that are expert in data science and AI. And we have just appointed a few months ago a chief AI and data officer. And we are also training and developing internal talent. And there's a big focus on teaching our existing staff on how to use this technology and how to reimagine their own businesses with it. And then finally, we can't think that our old organization will work in the same way. So we're also reimagining our organization. And we are restructuring ourselves as a global top-tier financial services company, which is our ambition. And we're changing our organization. So in order to get the most out of this wonderful new technology, it's three areas. One is new business models. The other is a focus on our talent development. And finally is in our organization and changing our organization.
Thank you very much. This is a really important point, the talent. So yes, previous session, they are discussing how to educate the talent in the age of AI. Right, so yeah, let's talk about this. How do you prepare, maybe Sunil-san first, how do you prepare your team to learn new skills or ahead of, in this AI era?
Yeah, so let me start by taking one step back, right? To your previous question on the overall strategy.
Sure.
Our company's strategy, we have a three-pronged approach. One is AI for employees. Second is AI for business. And the third is AI for consumers or consumer experience. You heard a lot about the consumer experience side. To your question on how do we enable our employees as well as get the right kind of talent, we actually think that for the entire company, we can get 20 to 30% gains in productivity just by focusing on how do we enable our employees to use existing AI tools. It could be something as simple as a coding guide, right? Something that does code reviews of the software that our employees write, comes back with recommendations on how good it is, gives it a score, finds areas where the code may not be as efficient, so make recommendations to make it a lot more efficient. Automatically write test cases, right? Because these days there's a lot of expectations on developers to not only write code but also to write a lot of test cases and do everything by themselves. Yes. So a coding assistance, I would say, is a very good bang for buck. So these are a lot of low-hanging fruit that can enable them to be super programmers. Right. And I'm not just talking about engineers. I'm also talking about, for example, our legal team has started using AI because we do a lot of contracts with different customers, partners, vendors, and so on. So imagine having to close out 200 contracts every quarter, right? You'll need about a 50-member legal team to do that. instead of that, we have like a one-member legal team who uses AI tools where he feeds in the contracts to the legal tool, and it comes back and says, are there any red flags in this contract? Is there something we should be aware of? Or is there something that has to go to the CEO to take a decision on? What about liability? So it gives all the highlights. And of course, an enterprise version of like ChatGPT, which can be extremely helpful to our employees, right? Whether it's finance team or whether it's HR, whether it's employees trying to even understand what are the benefits that are given to them by the company. So policy documents, simplification, even presentations in a very, very impactful, a very focused presentation to a board of executives. Having ChatGPT or other tools like that take a second look and come back with recommendations. So there's a lot of things that we are doing at a ground level. And in terms of hiring, I think gone are the days where AI is sitting in its own ivory tower, where you have just PhDs in AI in a centralized group doing AI. I mean, AI has become so day-to-day, almost any technology team or a product team hires its own machine learning engineers now, right? So in that sense, AI is becoming distributed and available at a more grassroots level. Just like how product teams have product managers, they have program managers, they have designers, they have engineers, and they have a project lead, so is a machine learning engineer part of that product team. So that in a distributed way, almost any team becomes AI savvy. And that this knowledge is not niche and it's not concentrated in a very narrow segment of the organization. So those are some of the things that we do from a talent perspective.
I see. Steven-san, so the last discussion, the Kataoka sensei and the Waka-ken-san and discussed the important thing is not only finding solutions, but also the ability to find problems or define the problems. What do you think of that?
So we have been one of Japan's largest life insurers for over 120 years, and we have solved some very simple problems, helping people to manage risks during very difficult times in their lives. However, the problem has changed with our changing customer needs. In our home market in Japan, the population is aging, so we have had to reimagine our business. And last year, we bought Japan's largest welfare benefits platform, which is not directly related to insurance at all, but it is helping support the welfare of customers and people. And so we need more talent that can help us to discover problems like this, i.e. new markets. And I think India is a fantastic market and a fantastic country for us to discover more opportunities. And that is why we have a top 10 life insurer here in India, and we have a variety of investments in India. And we will be, starting from this year, building a global capability center in Hyderabad. And we just heard also some comments from Mark Benioff about the apparent no longer the need for talent. We will be hiring over 600 engineers in India, and we have an even greater demand in other markets, so also in our US business and in our Australia business. So whilst technology is growing and technology is changing the way we develop technology itself, it doesn't mean that the demand for more humans is decreasing, not at all. And Japan, with its, aging population, has a huge demand for talent. And India has a huge talent. And so I think there is a perfect match here. And I think leaders such as Nishiyama-san and Talendi are a bridge between these two wonderful markets, Japan needing the talent and India having the talent. Japan needing to discover the new problems, and India, if you like, having these new exciting problems that the talent can solve.
Thank you very much. So yes, Steven-san, little bit, talk about the GCC. So this is actually one of the big news, right, in Japan related to India. So Daiichi Life, this is a traditional big Japanese company, announced they set up the GCC in India. Very congratulations. So yeah, regarding to the GCC, so yes, definitely the Sunil-san. So Rakuten is the biggest, as a Japanese IT company, you have a big, operation or GCC center in Bangalore. So I'd like to know that this GCC part. So how does your GCC drive innovation and business success?
Yeah, I think there are two things. One is once we've made it very, very clear that our DNA is about innovation, part of it is you hire people who are okay to take risks, right? And who are 0 to 1 thinkers, right? And who are okay to start with something from nothing and build the first version of the product. Secondly, as an organization, we have to build capacity so that we can balance managing existing businesses and existing products from giving space for these incubations to take place. And so we have built that space and that capacity for entrepreneurship and risk-taking to take. And that is how, to be honest, Rakuten actually has 75 plus businesses, because that day one thinking is still there, right? Even though Rakuten Ichiba is the largest e-commerce provider in Japan, our CEO, Miki Mikitani, he started credit card, banking, insurance. Every year there is a new business that gets started, right, which becomes $1 billion business. Right. So I think that day one calculated risk, technology innovation, adopting new tech like AI, these all go together. So I would say it's culture more than anything else.
I see. The culture is really important, because so Indian culture and Japan culture is different, right? So today we have several Japanese, participants who are thinking to set up the GCC as well. So what is the secret to, communication work, cross-culture, collaboration is a key, right?
Yes.
What are the tips?
See, I think that there are a lot of things also changing. For example, the next generation, of entrepreneurs I see from Japan, such as yourself. I mean, you have taken such a big, bold decision to actually relocate to India and make this happen. So I think that is the DNA that's really required. But to add, I think we have taken the best of both worlds. Yes. Japan culture is a very, very thoughtful, takes a lot more time to think, design, and plan before execution. India is all about get things done, like now. So I think mixing those two makes something wonderful come out. You bringing that sort of long-term thinking, long-term planning, high quality, thinking, build with make it happen culture. You bring those two together, something amazing happens. And you need to bridge those two. So you need people who can bring the two sides together and unleash the best out of both of them.
Beautiful. Thank you very much. And maybe Steven-san also, because Daiichi Life Holdings is a really big traditional Japanese company. It's obviously really difficult to convince the headquarters, right? How do you overcome, or how do you convince them?
So first of all, patience and time. It's taken us about 2 years to get to this point where we got this approval. And we brought executives to India. We brought executives on tours of the wonderful technology centers that are here. We demonstrated how companies can deliver technology from India. I worked over 12 years ago for Nomura Securities, which is the largest securities company in Japan, and they were one of the first Japanese financial services institutes that set up a GCC here in Mumbai, in Powai. And so there is some, not very much, but there is some track record among Japanese financial institutions, and we demonstrated that it was possible. But I think one of the biggest things is our ambition. And our ambition is to grow outside of Japan, because we are facing so much pressure in our domestic market. And in order to do that, technology is an engine. And this country, this market, has one of the largest, deepest pools of technologists in the world. And so it's through this and these argument points that we managed to convince our executives that, in fact, we have no choice but to come here and establish a technology center and to start developing and building our own talent and capability center here.
Thank you very much. Okay, so time's up. So yes, thank you very much for sharing your great experience and the insights, and then thank you for engaging all of you. So yes, so finally let's give them a big round of applause again. Yes. So this is the end of the session. So please enjoy the rest of the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. With that, we request our panel to please come together for a group photograph. Of course, Mr. Sharat Saraf, do join us on stage. First, let's get all of you in one frame and get you together. So in the frame, as you can see, we have Mr. Nautaka Nishiyama, we've got Sunil, Gopinath, and Stephen Berman, who's taken out their valuable time and they've joined us. We'd now request Mr. Sharat Saraf to further help us with the felicitation of two of our dignitaries, starting with Mr. Sunil Gopinath. Sunil, thank you so much for joining us. Let's give them a warmer round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. And Mr. Stephen Berman. Stephen, thank you so much for your valuable time and joining us on this platform. Yes, we're going to be calling Mr. Deep Kumar Mondal. Deep, please, if you can join us on stage. We did lose the opportunity in the earlier session, but let's get you back on stage, please. So we're going to be requesting Mr. Deep Kumar Mondal and Mr. Saraf to be in one frame. Thank you so much, Dev. And Mr. Saraf, there's a request wherein we're going to be requesting all the speakers in this track to come on the stage for a group photograph. So let's get all of them on stage. Of course, if we have Mr. Saito around, please do join us. Anirban, Nandi as well, do join us. And let's get all the teammates as well. All of you who have contributed to the session, and even if you have just flown down for this event, let's get all of you on the stage. Ken, thank you so much. Kotaro, thank you so much. Let's get all the teammates as well who've traveled miles and miles together for PIWOT 2025. The more the merrier. And for all the ones in the audience, we'd just like to inform you that the upcoming session in this hall is going to be at 2:30 IST. The networking and lunch is going to be in the hall number 1, Jasmine Hall 1. So please proceed there, have a hearty lunch, have a great networking time. Please proceed towards hall number 1 and join us back at 2:30 IST. With that, a big thank you to all of them. Let's try and get them all in one frame, of course. And it's only getting merrier on stage. A big thank you to Nishiyama, Mr. Saito, Anirban, Nandi. We have, of course, Sunil Gopinath, Stephen. We have also Ken on stage, Deb. We have Kotaro. And we also have our chairperson, the convener of PIWOT 2025, Mr. Saraf. So as the pleasantries continue, Deb, if you'd like to join me on stage for your concluding remarks.
So dear all, thank you. Thank you for coming on a fine Saturday afternoon. And if you would allow me to do this in Japanese way. どうもありがとうございました。Thank you again. Special thanks to Devashish, Sharad, It would not have been possible without them. And all of our delegates, our speakers, who have flown from all over the world, from India, from Japan. Again, a big thanks to them, and a few delegates who just came here from Japan just to listen to this. Thank you again. We will do a bigger one next year then. And there's one lady, one wonder woman, one superwoman that I would like to thank. She is Ikumi-san. Everything happened, and all the pieces of the puzzle were put together. It was because of her. Ikumi-san, where are you? Can you come? So if everything happened, if everything was smooth, it's because of her. She's a wonder woman. Thank you, Ikumi-san. どうもありがとうございました。And thank you, IIT. Thank you, the whole Pan IIT team and the PIWOT team. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
どうも。See you again.
Before we resume back, we'd just like to once again remind you that the PIWOT app is a place wherein you get to know a lot more about the event, the speakers' profiles, where what has been happening, and of course, you get to network with your peers and delegates within this room. So we urge you in this technology-related and innovation-related event that you utilize PIWOT app, which is the event app. Now it is time for us, and we've reached a very pivotal moment that we're edging towards the valedictory session. And on that note, if I may request and invite all our dignitaries of the valedictory session to please join us on stage. Of course, starting with our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, we're elated that we have with us Jayant Sinha, Member of Parliament and ex-partner, McKinsey and Omdiyar Network, who's taken out his valuable time, along with Nishit Desai, founder, Nishit Desai Associates. We, of course, would request the co-chair and the co-convener of PIWOT 2025, Mr. Raj Nair. May we request Chairman, Pan IIT, Devashish Bhattacharya. And if I may request Sharat Saraf, who is the convener of PIWOT 2025, to please join us. So we've got 5 dignitaries whom we have requested to have with us on stage. Of course, Mr. Raj Nair, Mr. Nishit Desai. We have with us the guest of honor, Mr. Jayant Sinha. We are also requesting if Mr. Sharat Saraf is around, if he could please join us. So allow us an opportunity. I believe Mr. Saraf is going to shortly join us on that. Let's go ahead for the first and the opening remarks of the valedictory session. We've heard from him during the course of today. We, of course, heard from him yesterday, and it's always great to re-invite our gentleman who's going to be joining us, the co-chair of... Thank you so much. Let's give Mr. Saraf a bigger round of applause as he's joined us. So yes, now it's a complete set of speakers with us on stage, and our dignitaries are here. So let's get started for our upcoming welcome remarks of the valedictory session. Allow me an opportunity to invite the chairman of Avalon Consulting, a prominent management consulting firm that specializes in strategic advice and solutions for businesses. Of course, Raj has been very prominent in the field, and today, as the co-chair of PIWOT 2025, we'd now like to request him to join us on the podium for his opening remarks of the valedictory session. A warm round of applause as we invite Mr. Raj Nair.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I will keep this very short because you're waiting to hear more relevant people. I'd like to welcome a former minister, Mr. Jayant Sinha, an intellectual in his own right. Give him a hearty welcome. A little louder than that. And Nishit Desai, who's one of the legal luminaries around the world, with a very keen eye on technology and what's going to happen in the future. You're going to hear both of them, and I'm sure you don't want to hear me. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Raj Nair. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as Mr. Nair rightly said, we've got two prominent personalities who've joined us. First, starting with, allow me an opportunity to introduce to you our star speaker, Nishit Desai, founder, Nishit Desai Associates. Of course, being the founder of Nishit Desai Associates, a leading law firm based in India that specializes in international business law, IP, and technology law. He's widely regarded as an expert in the legal matter aspects of managing innovation and has made significant contributions to shaping the legal landscape in technology, intellectual property, and corporate law. Under his leadership, Nishit Desai Associates has developed a reputation for its specialized services and expertise in the area of innovation law, venture capital funding, intellectual property management, and of course, technology transfer. It's indeed an honor to have him as our speaker at the day 3 of PIWOT 2025. So let's give him a mighty round of applause as we invite him to the podium for his talk.
Good afternoon. I wake up. Oh, little clap. Ah, that's where you are. Thank you so much. I think nobody wants to listen to a lawyer first of all, but I thought I'll make an attempt to succeed, and at least I could succeed in waking you up all this afternoon after a very good lunch. I can understand your plight. Those who want to sleep can feel free to sleep and listen to me, whatever. So most of the people think that lawyers are laggard. In the previous session on healthcare, Dr. Raj Shah, am I audible? Okay. So Dr. Raj Shah mentioned that doctors are the last people to adopt technology. But he perhaps was underestimating lawyers. We are the last people to adapt to technology. Yesterday you heard beautiful presentation from the founder of Lex Legis. I think, how many of you were there yesterday, right? Very good. So they dealt with the past and curing the past so that we can come up to the speed as far as the legal justice is concerned. And what we did, and in fact, I founded this firm sometime in 1989 after studying for 4 years, professional firms worldwide, and law firms, accounting firms, consulting firms, and others. And I thought, how do I differentiate myself? So I thought that most of the law firms and others were stuck in the present or the past. And I thought, why not build something on the future? And at the intersection of art, science, and philosophy, there exists a scope for tremendous innovation. And we thought, let us change the world for the better. The whole purpose-based firm is set up. Then, we think anything, we can collaboratively do a lot of things around. So we primarily looked at the future. So what we typically do is to look to next 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, look at what new technologies will be coming, what would be the new business models, what would be new social, political, geopolitical issues, and trend assessment and forecasting. And based on that, we try to visualize what will be the future strategic, legal, tax, or ethical issues. So a lot of time is spent on research work. We have spent almost 40% of a firm's time on research, academics, thought leadership, so we are quasi-university. This is a campus for blue sky thinking and imagination, so it's called Imaginarium Aligunjan in a place called Alibag, which is half an hour by speedboat from Taj Mahal Hotel or Gateway of India. And so what we thought that it is not possible to say with certainty what would happen As they say, future may be uncertain, but it's not unthinkable. So we say, let us at least apply our thinking mind, not only ourselves, but together with all of you. And in the process, we looked at technologies, we looked at new models of governance in the nations, looked at new models in ours, and things like that. So I would just like to walk you through a couple of things that we have done, and that will give you a glimpse into what we are doing. So I've got my futurist, Professor Dr. Mihir Parikh. Maybe can you just put on the slide, and he is PhD in artificial intelligence, and our, of course, team consists of medical surgeons turned lawyers, engineers turned lawyers, MBAs turned lawyers, and lawyers and lawyers and lawyers. So I think maybe one of the things that I thought may be of interest to you, because this afternoon is more relaxed time, maybe. So one program we did on January 17, 2014, 10 years ago, 11 years ago, and I'll just show you a glimpse of that.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really, it's a pleasure to see overwhelming response to an esoteric subject like democracy to netocracy, and ultimately, what is it going to lead to? What we are trying to do is to see whether really do we need parliament.
Can you be a little louder?
Do we really need some of the old age institutions, or would we need those institutions in the future? And in last 1 month, if any word that has been most heard is governance, more than even government. And idea here is to have some kind of apolitical discussion to look at the future. We are so stuck in day-to-day routine and in day-to-day politics that we often do not find time to think of next 25, 30 years. And when I started thinking about it, actually I must thank my son as well. He introduced me to the subject of netocracy about 3-4 years ago. And then I really got interested, and I learned more and more and studied number of governance models around the world. And I felt it was high time we begin to think of new governance models. How do you decipher the wish of the people? And the question that was burning in my mind was that we have seen that the representative democracy, with which we are living today, how long it will last and what could be the alternatives.
Okay, I think we'll stop here, because all of you can look at internet and see from democracy to netocracy. So we thought of changing the whole concept of the way in which parliament happens. Do we need parliament in the physical form, or can we have it in the whole thing in the cloud? How much difference will it make? So that was one of the concepts we discussed. Second concept we discussed was, I think Professor Dr. Mihir Parikh spoke on that conference on bitcoins, because it's more of interest to all of you, because all of you want to get into the new zone now. So what did he say? Listen to him. Then comes the Bitcoin that we talked about. There's a Bitcoin with you. If we consider Bitcoin as a currency, which is not a whole lot at the moment, it's more seen as an asset. But if you consider Bitcoin, and if it represents only 10% of world gross product, the value of Bitcoin by 2050 will be $2.6 million. So what you have in your hand right now will be worth $260,000. Okay, stop. So don't leave it here. Can we stop here? So we gave some small token, some piece of Bitcoin to every participant. We had 107 CEOs, all the political parties we put together. Everybody we gave small token, and we said, please keep it safely, because he said it's going to be $2.5 million. Okay, it was $80 or $70 at that point of time. 80% of the people left the token on the table. And my EA and my volunteers, they picked up all the tokens, they are jumping today. You can imagine that. So that was on the Bitcoin. Currently, we are working on a project Tibet. Okay, we have been fighting about Tibet for a long time and all that, so I'm telling Dalai Lama and the president of Tibet that why do you have to fight for territorial state, More things are happening in the virtual world. So we are trying to create a virtual Tibet now, in which you can get citizenship and you can get pension, and taxes could be more voluntary than compulsory. So we are working on that concept along with Tim Draper. Some of you, how many of you heard of Tim Draper? Okay, he is one of the most prolific venture capitalists who invested, one of the first ones in Tesla and other ones, most of the names are familiar to you. So we are doing that. So this is, and those of you who want to participate, we are doing hackathon on 22nd. Can you just go down a little bit? Or only this much? Oh, okay, fine, sorry. So we are working on that hackathon 22nd, 23rd of March, I think. Some of you are interested, we can take you through. So Tim and we are partnering together. And those kind of concepts on the larger scale, we are trying to work on. Other thing is that we have, as I said, we are talking a lot about technology because that brings, every new technology brings along with a new strategic, legal, tax or ethical issue. And how do we measure and what are we currently doing? Maybe I'll just show you and maybe ask Mihir to make a couple of minutes presentation on that. That would be fine. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, let's give Mr. Nishit Desai a warmer round of applause. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us. And as Nishit rightly said, that Dr. Mihir Parekh, who's from Nishit Desai Associates, is going to further continue with the presentation. So let's give him as well, Dr. Mihir, a warmer round of applause, please.
Thank you. Thank you so much. First of all, congratulations to Raj, Sharad, Advait, and entire team in the back for doing this wonderful conference, bringing all of us together to look into future and think about what kind of technologies are coming, what kind of applications they will have, and what would that lead to, what kind of society that would lead to. So as a research firm, Nishit Desai Associates, we have written a research paper on horizon technologies, and I'll just give you a quick 2-minute version of it, but the research paper is in the book, in a bag that you all are given. It's called Horizon Technologies, Umpteen Opportunities. So let's look at horizon technologies. What is horizon technology? Those are the technologies which are about 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 years ahead of us. Just like AI was a few years ago. AI is here today. And now we are all struggling to work with AI. These technologies are coming. They are coming into our life. They are coming in next 5, 7, 8, 10 years from now. We already have a lot of companies doing research in. And this specific technology is what we call foundational technology or deep foundational technologies, like quantum tech. So computing is going to change using quantum tech. Then energy sector is going to change because of nuclear fusion technology. Because right now we all have fusion versus fission versus fusion technology will change the future of energy. Then you have photonics, transferring data, transferring information using light. Blockchain, talking about authentication, security, all of those will be running through blockchains. Then we have nanotech, CRISPR. Think about synthetic biology, which is again gene editing, designer babies, all of those things are going to change because of scientific breakthrough coming through technologists like you, researchers like you, and institutes like IIT, creating this thing which enables us to develop this technology and apply in different applications. So what are those different applications? So let's look at the first one, cyborgs. What is cyborg? Cyborg is a combination of synthetic or biology along with electromechanical thing, computing combined together. You think about Neuralink, it's the very early version of cyborg. Soon we will have artificial hearts, artificial kidney, artificial lungs, artificial everything in our body. When will our life end? When we can change anything that breaks, where is the end of life? So a lot of those issues are going to come. They are going to have application in healthcare, in military, in agriculture, in manufacturing, in sports. And when we apply those technologies, they are going to create social, legal, ethical, commercial, psychological, environmental issues. And when those issues happen, we'll have to think about law. And that's where we, as a law firm, are looking into it. And we would love to have you all join into it. Another technology is digital twin, which is another interesting technology which we have talked about in our research paper. Take a look at it. They also have a lot of applications in product design, in drug discovery, in processes design, improving manufacturing processes, improving supply chain. All of those aspects will be changed by digital twin. So be ready for it. These are the opportunities for you as an investor. These are the opportunities for you as a technologist. These are the opportunities as entrepreneurs to look into it and build stuff. Another interesting technology is called ambient intelligence. Today, we are trying to build all the intelligence in a product. If you look at autonomous car, all the sensors, LiDAR, and cameras, and computer, everything is built into a car. It would be better if it is built into infrastructure, because infrastructure can tell car what to do. So a lot of those things are coming. Some more technologies like bioacoustic, artificial womb, hover bikes, DNA as a storage. DNA can store huge amount of data. If you look at your own DNA, it has stored the amount of data which started from the beginning of the mankind. All that data, evolution process is stored in the DNA. If we can figure out how we can store all the data, all the transaction data into DNA, it doesn't have to be our DNA. It can be a DNA in a Petri dish where we store the data, and it can store huge amount of data, and all the data center and all those energy usage we are talking about will become significantly less relevant. So these are the technologies which we call horizon technologies are coming. They will be applied in our life. And when they get applied in our life, there will be a lot of implications of that. And we all, as a society, have to be ready for it. So we have created a series called Sprinting to the Future of Law. It's called sprintingseries.com. So if you get a chance, please take a look at it. And we'd love to hear from you. And thank you so much again for the wonderful opportunity. So just to tell you, for example, AI is not future to us, it is present. Because he worked 6, 7, 8 years ago and me did PhD in AI 27 years ago. He didn't get a job. So he came back to the law firm for last 20 years working together. And he is telling us what are the new technologies that are going to come. But the most important part, why we are here today, is that we want to know, are we missing out on something? Because we identified some of these technologies to work on future legal landscape, to regulatory landscape or strategic stuff and whatever it is. But if we are missing out something, we thought IIT is a best partner for us. So we are signing an MOU, we are signing an MOU, and maybe Jayant Bhai, and we can just present that too.
You want to go there?
So I'd just like to come in and, of course, declare that there's been an MOU between Nishit Desai Associates and Pan IIT, which is going to be a very encouraging step for both the organizations. So let's give them a mighty round of applause on that front. So fantastic moment right there at the day 3 of PIWOT 2025, wherein we had the MOU signing between Nishit Desai Associates and Pan IIT. So congratulations to both of them, and let's give them a bigger round of applause, because such memorandums of understanding totally help both the organizations grow together. And on that note, it is indeed my honor to now call upon our guest of honor. He's a prominent Indian politician and a member of parliament. He's also had a distinguished career in corporate world as a former partner at McKinsey & Company and a key figure at the Omidyar network. His career spans across public policy, finance, and international development, with a strong focus on economic reforms, entrepreneurship, and technology-driven development. He's got a unique blend of policy expertise and corporate experience that has helped shape his approach to addressing India's growth challenges, particularly in the areas of job creation, startups, and digital transformation. It is indeed an honor for the entire PIWOT 2025 team to welcome none other than Shri Jayant Sinha.
Thank you very much for that kind introduction. I just need to make one correction, which is that I'm not a member of parliament anymore. I'm a former member of parliament. And I'm dedicating all my time now to what I will be speaking about, which is climate change and the $1 trillion green opportunity that we have. So just with that correction, let me start. But first, I want to acknowledge Dr. Saraf, who's on the podium with me, Shri Debashish Bhattacharya, who's the chairman of the PAN IIT alumni, Shri Nishit Desai, my very good friend, Shri Raj Nair, and of course, all of you in the audience here at the fag end of what I think has been a fantastic PAN IIT. So congratulations, Dr. Saraf, congratulations, Shri Debashish Bhattacharya, and all of you for putting up such a fantastic PAN IIT. And I must tell you, over the years, I've been to many of these PAN IITs, but this one, with the way it's been organized, of course, the setting, the speakers, is right up there among the best PAN IITs. So once again, congratulations for that. Now, as I said, I'm speaking at the fag end of the conference. And Nishit Bhai did his best to get your attention and to get you going after lunch. So I'm going to add to that and try and build a little bit more energy in the room. And I'm going to put out a number. And the number is $1 trillion. Does that wake you up, $1 trillion? You like the sound of $1 trillion? I do. But what I want to talk to you about today is the $1 trillion opportunity that we have right in front of us. And it is, in fact, in one of the foundational technologies, some of the foundational technologies that Nishit Bhai just spoke about. And that is all the technologies and all the opportunities that we are confronting in the next decade. So this is not about something that's 20 years away. This is in the next decade for all of us. But we have to seize that opportunity, and it is absolutely an existentialist. लाइफ और डेथ का सवाल है हमारे भारत के लिए, तो हमें करना ही है और करना भी पड़ेगा. But it is for us as engineers and technologists a fantastic opportunity, and that's the $1 trillion green opportunity I want to talk to you all about. Now, I'm just going to start with a little bit of bad news. A little bit of bad news. But after that, it's all good news after this. But the little bit of bad news I have to tell you is that global warming is accelerating. Global warming is accelerating. And all of you understand the science behind this. As we pump more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere and that trend accelerates, we are warming the world faster and faster and faster. So the projection right now is that by 2100, the planet will be, and this is the latest UN projection, it will be 3.1 degrees centigrade warmer than the pre-industrialization era. Now this 3.1 degrees centigrade, we must understand, is a global average mean temperature. So this does not include extremes. And it is an average temperature, which means that this includes the entire planet, of which, as we all well know, 2/3 is oceans, 2/3 is water. So what is going to happen to maximum land temperatures, or better said, how hot is it going to become in Delhi and Mumbai? That's the question we need to understand. And the answer, friends, sadly is that it's going to become very, very hot. People are projecting that Delhi's maximum temperatures are going to go to the mid-50s. We are going to have heat waves that will be 45 degrees centigrade and higher. Mumbai, which has fairly temperate weather, maximum 38 degrees centigrade, could well be in the 42, 43, 44 range. And of course, Mumbai as a coastal city will be subject to significant coastal flooding as well because of sea level rise and because we will have far more cyclones in the Arabian Sea, as of course you understand, ocean temperatures go up, there's more energy in the ocean water, more cyclones are triggered, and obviously that leads to more coastal flooding. So we have to be very, very alert. This is not something that is abstract. This is not something happening in the permafrost, in the tundra, or in Canada. It's happening right here at home. So we have to be very, very concerned about where things are headed with global warming. But at the same time, and from here the good news starts. Because this is such an important issue, such an urgent issue, all of us as technologists and engineers have been working away on green technologies. And the good news is, green technologies have become disruptors. And if we look at three broad areas, of course, Dr. Parekh didn't bring these up as foundational technologies, but they are. They are foundational technologies: solar, storage, and energy efficiency. When we look at these three technologies that are moving extremely fast, solar is now to 10 cents a watt. They are paying you to take solar electricity in the middle of the day in Europe now. Paying you. That's how cheap electricity has become. So once we get to the point, and of course fusion is coming, once we get to the point that energy becomes cheaper and cheaper and cheaper and greener and greener and greener, many industries get disrupted, they change, and that opens up a huge disruption, a huge investment, and a huge innovation opportunity. Now, even as we think about this investment and we think about innovation, please note that we have to be competitive against China. And today, China leads the world in green development. Some 80% of solar panel manufacturing and 75% of battery manufacturing in the world is in China right now. More than 50% of new cars sold in China today are electric vehicles. And the world's most efficient and most effective producer of electric vehicles today is China. So if we have to compete, we have to recognize that for us the competition is going to have to be what China has done with green technologies. That's what we have to do. And folks, this is not ESG. When I start talking about green, some people say, oh, I've been doing ESG, I know ESG. No. Please don't get me wrong. This is not ESG. This is national competitiveness. If their price of electricity is 2 cents a kilowatt hour and your price of electricity is 7 cents a kilowatt hour, how are we going to compete? If their cost per kilometer for their transportation is 20 or 30% of ours because they have flipped over to electric vehicles, how are we going to compete in logistics? This is a competitiveness issue. So we've got to really match China and keep up with what they're doing. The good news is, we have great examples. How many of you have been through Bangalore Terminal 2? Please raise your hands. Bangalore Terminal 2. Do you like it? Is it a fabulous terminal or not? It's a net zero terminal, folks. All the energy is generated by solar, all the water is recycled, and of course, it's got incredible digital technologies, and that's why I say we also have to get to the green frontier, just like Bangalore Terminal 2, the combination of sustainability, green and digital. That's what going to the green frontier means. And how many of you use DigiYatra? Do you like DigiYatra? Okay, I developed it when I was in the aviation ministry. So when you put DigiYatra into a green terminal like Terminal 2, we get India at the green frontier. And folks, that's what we need to think about. That's our vision for the future. Because net zero development for India is net positive. And it's net positive whether we look at it in GDP terms. GDP will be 1 or 2% faster if we get to net zero on a net zero trajectory. Like the Honorable Prime Minister has said, we need to. We'll create more jobs. We'll have more investment. And how many of you like AQI? Pradeep, you like AQI 500? Do you like it? Do you like that level of air pollution, anyone? Bombay's at 200, 300? We will get rid of air pollution if we go to net zero, folks. That's what we need. And that's why I say net zero development is net positive. Greater energy security, because we are importing $250 billion of fossil fuels, lower air pollution, and of course higher GDP growth. Those are the benefits of net zero development, folks, and that's why we've got to capture this $1 trillion opportunity. Every sector is going to be transformed. The point of this chart is not to be able to read it. Please don't read it. It's a McKinsey chart. They're not meant to be read. It's just to show you we've done a lot of work. So all sectors are going to have to be transformed. But the only way we do this, and this is what I'm working on now, the only way to do it is if we can get global north capital. There's plenty of money in America. Where's Viti? Viti Bindra, where are you? Are you sending any money from Houston or not? Is Houston sending capital to us? That's what we need to do. We need to get money from Viti Bindra and Houston, from all of you who are in America. Send the money to us. We will use it well. We will accelerate net zero. And that's the way it has to happen when the global north and the global south work together, because it's a win-win-win for everyone. Win for the global north, win for the global south, win for the planet. And that's what net zero development, that's what going green is all about. Now let's talk about why this is such a good news story. In 2004, India's GDP was about $0.7 trillion. Today, it is about $4 trillion. In the last 20 years, we have added $3 trillion to GDP, and the good news is, I hope you all have been invested. Nishit Bhai was telling us about Bitcoin. But I've got something almost as good, if not better than Bitcoin, and that's called the Indian stock market. How many of you are invested in the Indian stock market? Right? Let Nishit Bhai do Bitcoin. I would like the rest of you to be in the Nifty. And just like GDP has gone up by $3 trillion, the Nifty, the total market cap in India, just listed securities, has gone up by $3 trillion in the last 20 years. A lot of wealth has been created. A lot of wealth has been created in the last 20 years. But folks, here's the best part. If we continue to grow at the 6 or 7% that India is going to grow at, in the next 20 years, our GDP is going to be somewhere between $15 to $20 trillion, which means if market cap to GDP remains 1:1, we are going to add $12 trillion to Indian market cap, 4x of the last 20 years. The next 20 years will add $12 trillion to market cap. Please stay invested, Nishit Bhai. I'm not going to recommend Dogecoin, Bitcoin, Ethereum. No. Nifty, Nifty, Nifty. So we need your capital into the Indian stock market. Nishit Bhai is not an investment advisor. As a lawyer, he has to give you those qualifications. Duly noted, sir. So all I'm saying is, if we just continue on the growth rate that everybody in the world is expecting, you are going to see incredible wealth creation because of these kinds of green investment opportunities that we have in India. Markets are going to continue to go up, and a lot of that is because we are going to be able to have incredible companies, green startups. I have just written this book, India's Green Startups. India's green startups are going to be a very, very important part of this wealth creation. Very important part of this wealth creation. We're already seeing companies like Ether Energy, Ola, Renew Power, my brother's company, all of them now are stalwarts in the market. They're doing extremely well. We are going to create a huge number of unicorns in the green space. That's going to drive growth. That's going to drive wealth creation. And that's a tremendous, tremendous way for all of us to further accelerate and enhance net zero development, folks. So thank you very, very much. I look forward to collaborating and working with many of you on this $1 trillion green opportunity that we have right now. But the best years for India lie ahead. Let's welcome a green future for India. Thank you very, very much.
Well, a hearty round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Shri Jayant Sinha, what a fantastic oration that was, his wisdom, his intellect, his vision forward. We truly value your presence, Shri Jayant Sinha. And on that note, it is indeed my honor to call upon the Chairman, Pan IIT, Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya, of course, who's been instrumental in starting IIT BHU Alumni Association as a Secretary, Vice President, and eventually as the President for a decade, and of course has worked in various blue chip corporate experience in companies like BHEL, Escorts, and SIA, SL. We, of course, have known him over the years. Let's give him a mighty round of applause for leading Pan IIT, being its chairman. So we request your presence, Mr. Bhattacharya, on the podium for your remarks.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Honorable former MP, Jayantji. He also happens to be an IITian that I think we have missed out when we introduced him. Thank you very much for taking your time out to be here. Nishit, thank you. And I have my colleagues Sharad and Raj. The easiest thing to do is when we come to the conclusion of an event, to be able to say thank you to everybody. Because at that point of time, everything is done, no surprises left, and we are ready to complete the whole thing and go back. It has been a tremendous effort by my colleagues, Dr. Sharad Saraf and Raj Nair, without whom this event would not have happened in the scale, magnitude, and magnificent. Request you all to put your hands together and a standing ovation for these two gentlemen. Thank you. Over the years, we have tried to ensure that Pan IIT becomes an organization which is representing the vision and objective of its founders, that of giving back to the society. Towards that, in addition to all other activities, we have been opening channels of communication with our alma maters, through the directors, through the deans, and through the Alumni Association presidents, as well as through the incubation centers. One of the areas where we are looking at India going forward is really the movement or transition from or transformation from employment seekers to employment givers. So there is a lot of movement happening in the startup ecosystem. IIT startups from the IIT alumni community is doing a lot of work. Similarly, there are other bodies, Wheels Global Foundation working on water and energy, sustainability, livelihood. PARFI, which is working on skilling of economically weaker sections to transform their lives. So there are various things that we are doing, and in this, I invite all of you to please join us, volunteer your time and intellect, so that we are able to formulate actions and deliver them towards the contribution of the community. And that is what Jayantji also mentioned, that there are opportunities before us which we need to take. I would like to stop here, but before that, I would like to also acknowledge the tremendous contribution of two other people, or rather two other pairs of people without whom possibly we would not have been standing here today, right? One of them, or rather two of them, first two of them, Melissa De Silva and Padmini Padi, please stand up and be counted. And I would like all of us to put our hands together. Then, from the day that we started till today and beyond, these two are the people who have held the organization together through every kind of things that have been thrown at them, and they've risen to the task. Thank you, Melissa, and thank you, Padmini. This is from my side, right? In addition, I would also like to acknowledge and count two other people. The third person is still busy with his activities, so I'm not calling him right now. Shweta Papriwal, Advait Kurlekar. Please khade ho jao aap. Advait is responsible for the excellent program that you guys have enjoyed for the last 2.5 days. Shweta Papriwal and Praveen Kumar are two other people who have together turned around the outreach and registration, and the number of registrations that we have got in the last 2 months far outstrips what we have done 6 months prior to that. So with that, I would like to hand over to Bhavna, and I am looking forward to the address by Sharad Saraf, my colleague, my senior, and one of the most positive, energetic and vibrating person, without whom possibly nobody would have been so energized. Thank you very much. Over to you, Bhavna.
So well, ladies and gentlemen, on that, let's give Mr. Debashish Bhattacharya a warmer round of applause. What a fantastic 3 days it's been, and what a wonderful organization, Pan IIT. Of course, as you can see, we have Sharad Saraf with us, who's the convener of PIWOT 2025. Let's hear what he has to say, pivoting the way forward, what we have achieved, and what lies ahead for us. So the way ahead is what, Mr. Saraf, over to you.
Thank you, Bhavna. Before I really start, I am overwhelmed by what my colleague Debashish said. I would just simply like to correct him that it is not Sharad Saraf or Raj Nair who have brought this event up. It was a fantastic team effort. It was a teamwork like which I have never seen in last 52 years of my association with IIT as well as other forums. He did mention about some names, Advait, Melissa, Padmini, and so on, but these were the real pillars, but then we had a whole organizing committee of over 50 alumni who were supporting this, and some of them were true stars who worked very hard to ensure that we are properly funded, we are properly organized, and we are properly taken care of. Sir, now let me start with little bit of formality in the formal way. Jayant Sinha ji, sir, I had the pleasure of close interaction with your respected father when he was finance minister, and probably one of the most knowledgeable and well-versed finance minister that this country had. I also had the pleasure of a little bit working with your brother on the green energy, and I thought he was an expert on green energy, but now I find that you are no less, so it probably runs in your DNA, in your blood, for both of you, both the brothers. Nishit bhai, innovator, a scientist who is trying to bring in research and development in the realm of legal profession as well as in finance and other activities, management and other activities. I had the privilege of visiting his Imaginarium in Alibag. When I entered there, I forgot that I am in India. It was as if it's out of the world. Nishit bhai, my congratulations for creating such a wonderful facility. He has opened the doors for IIT Bombay to use it anytime, any which way we like. I thank you very much for that, sir. Going a bit further, I would not like to call this a conference or a summit or anything. It is nothing but an initiative. Let's call it an initiative. Day before yesterday, we kick-started this initiative, and the initiative is
to ignite the minds, the great minds of IIT alumni. Yes, we all have it in us, being an IIT alumni, but an event like this certainly brings in a spark. And we heard phenomenally wise people speak here on this dais. This morning, we had a Nobel laureate who spoke about a revolutionary technology of nanoparticles, how you can make permanent magnets more stronger without the using of rare earth, how it can be used in EVs. Similarly, we had extremely learned views from speakers regarding AI and other technologies to come. Why I say this as an initiative? Because we would like this today and yesterday what we have done to continue. And this would continue because we have established great relationship with Government of Maharashtra for rural development and healthcare. We were able to establish a task force to review joint entrance exam process, whether we can come up with an alternate. We have brought in new ideas on research and development which we would like to take further. This morning we had a session on healthcare which my friends here from US conducted it so well and brought out so many new ideas in the healthcare sector. Sir, PIWOT is held every year, once in US and once in India. This is the third edition in India, and in times to come, we plan to add value to what we are doing already. I would like to particularly thank our sponsors, without whom this fantastic event could not have been possible. Particularly the platinum sponsors, the title sponsor, Reliance Industries. Sir, in share market, there was a saying, because I am also a registered member of Bombay Stock Exchange, there is a saying, you can rely on Reliance. So we also relied on Reliance and they didn't let us down, they supported us fully. I am grateful to them. I am grateful to our platinum sponsors, Les Logics, SBI, Government of Maharashtra, and above all, Dubai Economic and Tourism Department, Government of Dubai. Sir, we have among the delegates present here, we have delegates not only from US, from Japan, from Europe, and several other countries. I am very grateful to particularly to the Japanese delegations who conducted such a lively session on technology from Japan. We had a large number of speakers, very bright speakers who shared their knowledge and experience with us. Like all good things, this event also at present would come to an end, but please take with you the memories, and somebody did ask you how many new friends you made, how many new ideas that you have absorbed and taken. Well, it's not the numbers which are important, it's the value
the importance of what you are carrying with you. So with these few words, I once again thank you all for sparing your time, sparing your weekend, Sunday, coming here in spite of the marathon happening in Mumbai. Thank you very much.
I'm sorry I jumped the mic. During when we are recognizing everybody, I missed out a few people. My apologies for that. There are some people who do work from the background. Nobody knows what they're doing, right? There are 3 such people here sitting. Narinder, please stand up. The one who is responsible for the arrangement, logistics, and everything, the food and beverage. We have Praveen Kumar, who has been with Shweta together. They have turned around the registration, participation, and our outreach. And I have Pradeep Bhargav. Where you are, Pradeep Bhargav, please stand up. He is the one who has single-handedly run the hackathon and the startup showcase. In hackathon, in about 2 months' time, he and his team member Animesh both together garnered about 15,700 registrations, of which 300 have participated in the live finals here during the last 24 hours. Right, so thank you guys. With that, hand over to Bhavna.
You know, it's such a true leader when, Mr. Bhattacharya came back again on the podium. I would like to compliment his leadership that he ensures that everyone who needs to be thanked is thanked. I think that itself is such a wonderful quality for him to join us back on the podium, and I think that speaks a lot about his character. On that note, of course, how can we not have the opportunity of felicitating our leaders on stage? So if I could request all our leadership, Mr. Bhattacharya, Mr. Saraf, and Mr. Nair to help us with the felicitation of our dignitaries. Of course, starting with our guest of honor, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's give it to none other than Shri Jayant Sinha. Some moments of gratitude. Mr. Sinha, displaying his leadership, his vision, and showcasing such an important story through his talk. Of course, we'd also like an opportunity to thank and felicitate none other than Nishit Desai. Can we request Mr. Desai to please step forward? Of course, we'd like him in the frame with all our leaders. Mr. Saraf as well, thank you so much. Mr. Nair doing the honor. And with that, if I may request the 5 of you to come together for a group photograph. This moment is something which needs to be captured, and I think it's only going to be made special with all your applause, everyone. This is the closing plenary. Give yourselves as well a bigger round of applause, the entire Pan IIT team. And I think, why don't you all stand up, give yourselves a standing ovation. Let's make this moment even more special. What a fantastic closing this has been of PIWOT 2025. You guys have been fantastic. Congratulations to the team of Pan IIT. We're also going to be having a selfie moment, so all of you please stay put there. Let's get all of you in one spot, which is the famous group selfie, which is going to come up. So maybe request all of you and urge you to be a part of that. That, of course, has our leadership of the closing plenary and our audience at PIWOT 2025. So with that, a big, big thank you to all our dignitaries for joining us. And as Mr. Bhattacharya rightly said, we're going to be now calling upon the organizing team to please join us for a group photograph. May I urge the Pan IIT team to please join us. Of course, it's going to be a lot in number. So allow us an opportunity to invite.
May I request all the delegates and guests to please stay back. I think it is important that we are able to acknowledge all the people who have made this happen. We will be inviting all the people who have organized the event, almost 200 people. Please stay. They deserve your acknowledgement. I have not been able to take out all the names because I have not met everybody during the course of actions. My apologies for that, but we need to have everybody together on stage so that we are able to recognize everybody's capability. Pradeep, I would also like to have from you the list of winners of the hackathon so that we are able to also acknowledge them for their participation. Shri Deepak Himat Singha, Ashish Kela, Praveen, Ajay Mutreja, and all others who have contributed, please be here. We are going to be inviting all of you shortly onto the stage. Once Jayanji has taken his departure, please stay back.
So as Mr. Bhattacharya rightly said, we're going to be inviting all the organizing committee members shortly on the stage. We'd urge all of you, of course, you would want to support the organizing committee who has taken such great efforts in pulling the PIWOT 2025. As you're aware that, as Mr. Sharaf rightly pointed out, that let's call this as an initiative and not just an event or a conference. So we'd urge all of you to kindly stay back. Show your support to the team, the organizing team, who's going to be joining us on the stage for the same. So we'd urge all of you to kindly stay back. And we also, of course, have Sri Jayant Sinha with us, who is conversing with all the delegates and ensuring that his vision is truly valued. Well, I feel, Mr. Bhattacharya, you and I can together be on the podium and, of course, continue with the conversations ahead. But I think this deserves a big, big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The entire organizing committee of PIWOT 2025, right here on stage, as Mr. Saraf rightly said, let's not just coin this as an event or a conference. Let's call this as an initiative by the IIT alumnus. So congratulations to Pan IIT for this wonderful third edition of PIWOT 2025, right here at the JIO World Convention Center in Mumbai. Finally, we get to see the faces behind the event, and I think that's the spotlight moment of this PIWOT 2025. Everyone, give yourselves a big round of applause. An event of this magnitude, just see the strength which is lying behind this wonderful event. May we urge all the volunteers, all the organizing committee members to please join us. This shows you the number of people, the faces, the minds behind this event, the months of hard work they've put in towards making this as a success. And trust me, finally they all are smiling. We know that they've been going through a lot all these months and days, but this is the moment to shine. So smile heartily, all the organizing committee members. And we're glad we have an enthusiastic videography and photography team as well. And let's capture these moments.